like to invite all legislators into the chambers who are here.
Kevin Long. Sorry about that. How are you? I can hear you. I can see your shoulder too. Now I see your beautiful face. Thank you. Okay. Thanks so much.
I can hear you.
Yeah, Kev, I'm here.
Loud and clear.
Hi,
Oh.
I'm on.
Yes. Everyone,
Okay.
please take your seats.
Yes, I am. Thank you. Oh,
So, to all who are here and to those who are remote, we're going to start the meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance, as we always do, and then if you would please remain standing after the pledge. We will have a moment of silence for several individuals. But I'd ask Legislator Ford to please lead us in the pledge.
everybody. Pledge allegiance and under indivisible, liberty and justice.
Legislator Rhodes.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. Just wanted to have a moment of silence for someone who is no stranger to this chamber and to anyone who is involved in Nassau County government, Town of Oyster Bay government, John Joseph Budnick, who was a regular at our meetings, who passed away quite suddenly on Thursday. I had the privilege of meeting John when I was 12 or 13 years old. And he was always someone who would give you the shirt off of his back. He had a wealth of experience, a tremendous amount of knowledge, and was willing to share that experience and knowledge with anyone. John was a former Nassau County District Attorney, I believe a former Oyster Bay Town Attorney, was civically involved in more organizations than you can count. As an individual, you always hope that you would be able to try and make a difference, use your gifts and talents to make a difference in the world around you. And John had his own unique way of doing that, but do it he did. And John is someone who certainly will be sorely missed, I think, by everyone in this chamber. And you know, I will miss hearing him thank us for putting up with him, which I think was his famous line. But we really didn't have to, because you could tell from the onset the passion and dedication that he had for the people of Nassau County and for trying to make Nassau County government work for them. And John will be sorely missed. So I would ask that you join me in a moment of silence for John.
Actually, well,
And
why
I
don't we
believe
do all-
Legislator
all three?
Walker had something.
Yeah, Legislator Walker.
Just to add to that for John, John actually grew up in Hicksville, so I knew him since he was a young boy, and Steve really said it all. But just to John, God bless you, because that's what he would say to us too at every meeting. He'd thank us for putting up with him and then say, God bless you all. So to John, God bless you, and I know he's looking down and smiling, and certainly going to put input into our heads, because he always gave his input. You know, that was something he didn't have a hard time doing. I'd also like to ask you for a moment of silence for Vincent Pinto. His mom, Janice, worked in our clerk's office, and she now works in our legislative clerk's office, and she now works over in the Board of Elections, and his dad is the Commissioner of Parks in the town of Oyster Bay. Vincent was only 18 years old. Sadly, Vincent was born with many, many health issues. He was blind. He was on a vent really his entire life. But that little guy was such a fighter, and unfortunately, he just couldn't get through this past Sunday, and so they lost Vincent. So just keep Vincent and certainly the entire Pinto family in your thoughts and prayers.
And Legislator Birnbaum.
Yes, I'd like to talk about esteemed member of the Great Neck community, Donald Ashkenaz. For nearly 4 decades, he served on the Great Neck School Board, and he was still serving. And he was involved in many hospitals in management of them. He served briefly in NUMEC. He was involved with UJA. He was an accountant. He was married with 3 children, many grandchildren, and his loss is deeply felt by many. My heart goes out to his loving family, his wife Karen, his children and grandchildren, and all of the community.
Okay. Let's have a moment of silence, please. Thank you. The plan for today is that in a moment the clerk is going to call the roll. After that, there will be, he has a number of items of public comment that he's going to indicate who has submitted those items, and they'll be made part of the record. Following that, we will do the consent calendar, which both sides have agreed not to, that no further debate or discussion is needed on those items. So in order to have the administrative officials who are here for the consent items be on their way back to work, we'll move those, and then we'll go right into the police reform plan. So, Mike, can we have the roll call, please?
Thank you, Rich. Roll call. Office of the Clerk of the Legislature, Deputy Presiding Officer Howard Copel. Alternate Presiding Officer Denise Ford.
Here.
Legislator Sheila Bino.
Here.
Thank you. Legislator Carrier Solage. Here. Legislator Deborah Muley.
Here.
C. William Gaylord III.
Present.
Thank you. Legislator Vincent Muscarella.
Here.
Legislator Ellen Birnbaum.
Here.
Legislator Delia DeRiggi Whitten. Thank you. Legislator James Kennedy.
Here.
Legislator Thomas McKevitt.
Here.
Legislator Laura Schaefer.
Here.
Legislator John Ferretti.
Here.
Legislator Arnold Drucker. Legislator Rose Marie Walker.
Here.
Legislator Joshua Lafazan.
Here.
Thank you. Legislator Stephen Rhodes. Minority Leader Kavan Abrahams.
Here.
Thank you. Presiding Officer Richard Nicolello.
Here.
Thank you. Presiding Officer, I'd like to submit for the record the public comments that we have, and the following are the people who put in their thoughts. First is Aralyn Doe. Second, Ella Legantly from Bayview. Sorry, Bayville. Dina Devordius. Robert Perez Mendez. Rachel Chambers. Unified speaker comment is about the civil service appointments. And Mariana Height Lang, Legislative Division 11, I will distribute, and thank you.
Thank you very much. As I said, we will move on to the consent items. These are all items that went through committees a couple of weeks ago. It's been agreed by the majority and minority that these items do not require any further debate or discussion, and I will call them all together. Item 7, Ordinance 19, 8, Ordinance 20, 9, Ordinance 21, 10, Ordinance 22, 11, Ordinance 23, 12, Ordinance 24, 13, Ordinance 25, 14, Ordinance 26, 15, Ordinance 27, 16, Ordinance 28, 17, Ordinance 29, 18, Resolution 25, 19, Resolution 26, 20, Resolution 27, 21, Resolution 28, 22, Resolution 29, 23, Resolution 30, 24, Resolution 31, 25, Resolution 32. Motion by Deputy Presiding Officer Copel, seconded by Legislator DeRiggi Whitten. Any debate or discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of those items signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? They carry unanimously. Okay, now we are going to the item 26 on the calendar. Which is a resolution to adopt the Nassau County Police Reform and Reinvention Plan. That is moved by Legislator Ford, seconded by Legislator Walker. That puts this item before us. There's going to be an amendment in a while, but before we get to amendments and debate among the legislators, we have an hour set aside for presentation by the stakeholders in this, and actually being headed up by Mr. Fred Brewington. So, Mr. Brewington, if you would like to begin the presentation.
Please don't start running the clock. With the permission of the chair, I'd like to turn this over to our first presenter, who will be Shaniqua Levin, and then we will proceed at Sarah Adam to the podium so that we carry through with our presentation for the next hour. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us. Again, my name is Shaniqua Levin. And we've come here today to introduce amendments to the county's plan. We know that you won't implement the whole people's plan, but we're hopeful that you will amend the county's plan. Nassau ranks one of the lowest in equity. Out of 500, Nassau rates 467, one of the lowest in equity. Among the county's plan, we want you to include these proposals because this is how you take steps towards equity, by including the People's Plan's proposals. If you want to do anything about Nassau's ranking, because it's horrible, these are some of the steps that you can take. Nassau's plan that they presented is definitely not the way. It doesn't really do anything. Nassau's plan has no civilian complaint review board. Nassau's plan has no inspector general's office. Nassau's plan has no oversight. Nassau's plan has no data collection bill. Nassau's plan does not have the Right to Know Act. Nassau's plan does not have the need for consent to be searched. These are very crucial things. This is how you create equity. Voting for the Nassau plan as it is, without the amendments that we're going to be suggesting that you add to it, is like saying that racial profiling is okay in Nassau County. And I see some of you aren't listening. You're not paying attention to me at all. You got your head down. I'm here, right? We've been all here working, doing the jobs that people have been paid to do, but we have people here that have been volunteering. So at least you can give us the respect of giving us your ears and your eyes and paying attention, because this is real. This is about my life. This is about my family's life. This is about my children's life. This is about my friend's life and my neighbor's life, and we deserve your attention. Nassau's plan, if you vote for it as it is saying that racial profiling is okay. You need to acknowledge and face the racism that exists in Nassau County. We can't sit here and pretend like it doesn't happen, like there isn't bias and racism in policing. There are. Black people are pulled over and are 5.3 times more likely to be arrested, and that's according to your own data. We're pulled over more, but guess what? We're least likely, 29% least likely to actually have contraband on us. But why are we still pulled over more? That's because of bias and racism, and it's your job to do something about it. You can't just let it continue that way. We can't continue to have a policing and community safety system that was rooted in slave patrols. It is time. It is on your watch. Are you going to just vote for the county's plan? It's not April 1st yet. You can still do things to amend the county's plan. You still have time to do the right thing, to go down in history as one that is on the right side of justice. Is that what you're going to be able to go home and say, that you did not care? You were okay with racial profiling? Or will you go back and say, I did the right thing today? I amended this plan so that way it really includes equity and justice. Last week in front of you, Commissioner Ryder said to Legislator Bino that this whole reform is about trust. No, it's not. It's not about trust. It's about identifying the bias and racism in policing and doing something about it. That's what it's about. Bias and racism in policing exist, and that's what the governor's mandate is making you all do, to address that. Not just focus on building better community relationships with the police. That's not it. That is not how we make it a more just society for all of Long Islanders. And that makes sense for him to say that, because the plan that they put out does nothing to really address the bias and racism. So the fact that he thinks it's just about building trust shows why their plan lacks real structural reform. Ryder also said that we are not Minneapolis and that this is not Chicago. But he seems to keep forgetting all of the names that were taken here on Long Island. He seems to forget all the people that were beat here on Long Island. He seems to forget the $55 million that we've had to pay due to their misconduct. That is real, and that is here. So no, we're not Minneapolis or Chicago. We are Nassau, and we are doing this right here. Let's not turn a blind eye to what's really happening here in Nassau. Let's fix it. Let's do something about it. You can't cure racism. You can't cure bias. You can't train it away. But what you can do is change the structural system that allows for it to happen. You can create amendments and policies and legislation and codify laws to make sure that all community members will have equitable treatment and encounters when it comes to law enforcement, because this is happening here, right here in Nassau. I say this to you. We have tons of people that have endorsed the People's Plan. Long Island is ready for change. We have organization after organization, person after person, mom after mom, dad after dad, organization, groups, business leaders, activists, social justice people, your neighbors, your voters, who have all taken the time to endorse and support the proposals of the People's Plan. They are looking at you to be their leaders because they elected you. And they are telling you, we support the People's Plan. Please show them that you are taking this seriously and that you too will support the proposals of the People's Plan, because it's not too late. It's not too late to amend this and make it actual equitable and justice for all. Like your pledge said, it's your turn to make that happen. And I would like to submit the list of names into record of all of those that endorse the People's Plan, because it's important that you know what the people want you to do. Thank you.
You can submit that to the clerk's office right here.
We'll do that. And next up, we have Emily speaking about mental health. And before she starts, we're not going to stop. It doesn't end April 1st. It's not over. We're going to continue advocating for real reform. And summer's coming, and people are ready to be outside. And it's time for people to go and door knock for you. And trust me, they won't be door knocking for people that don't care about Black lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Shaniqua. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Emily Kaufman. I'm here as a representative of Long Island United to transform policing and community safety. I was one of the co-chairs of the crisis, or am one of the co-chairs of the Crisis Response Working Group, along with New York Social Action. And as I've shared before, we've had a large working group of moms, social workers, educators, lawyers, former police officers, community members directly affected, who have worked together to create a crisis response alternative based on research that we've studied, based on programs that we've talked to, that are currently in existence throughout this nation. I've met with many of you, and I've showed you their pilot programs. I've met with many of you, and I've given you the names of the people in Austin that we can get on the phone tomorrow to help Nassau County begin to transform our crisis response to ensure that folks facing a mental health crisis, folks facing substance use crises, folks facing houselessness crises get the needed supports. Because mental health and behavioral health programs have been defunded for many years, and it is time that we invest resources into our community to give the proper care and response. Before I go on with amendments for mental health crisis, I want to stop and take a moment to echo what Shaniqua Levin just said and what you will hear others say, which is that Executive Order 203 was mandated for every legislative body throughout this state to address the very real problem of racial disparities and racial bias and racism in policing in our policing systems. And I also watched last week's hearing. And I did hear you, Commissioner Ryder, say we're swept up in a national conversation. We're not Minneapolis and we're not Chicago. We're Nassau County. So yes, you're going to hear us continue to talk about Nassau County, where the Washington Post reported that over the last 5 years, from 2015 to 2020, $55 million. And that is just what we know. I'll repeat that because it's astounding. $55 million have been paid out of taxpayer money to settle police brutality lawsuits. That is not okay. That is not okay for community members. I'll direct you to the People's Plan and our proposal about liability insurance, so taxpayers are no longer saddled with that. But the rest of our plan and the amendments we are offering today starts to make inroads, to make structural reforms, to ensure there's sincere accountability, to ensure that we have the right people doing the right job, because racism in policing is real here in Nassau County. And I understand for the white legislators there, I am a white woman, I understand how challenging it is to acknowledge racism. I get it. And I get that you and I have not experienced it. I get that too. But what I'm asking you to do, as Susan says, is to hold two thoughts in our head. Two things can be happening. You and I can have relationships with the police department that are wonderful. You and I can also acknowledge that that is not everybody's reality. And you and I will start to reclaim our humanity and start to become better community members and better human beings when you stand with us and fight to ensure that every community member in Nassau County, every Black community member, every Latino community member, every Muslim community member, every community member feels the safety that you and I feel, because that's possible. And we have proposals here in this plan and amendments we are offering that start to make those structural changes. And I can't think of a reason in the world why we wouldn't want that type of safety for everyone. I know I do. I do believe you do. And I am urging you to use this moment to show Nassau County that you are serious, that you care about Black lives, and that you will use your position of power to do what you can to make those improvements. So with regard to Nassau's plan, I am excited to see some movement on mental health crises, and I thank the task force, the mental health task force that was put together, that was led by Commissioner Ryder and Dr. McCummings, who worked to say we do have a problem in our crisis response system, we can make it better. And I'm grateful for that, and the community's grateful for that. And I see that you're working towards a dual response, and that's a step in the right direction. And I see that in the plan you're also working to expand the mobile crisis teams in order to expand about 10 more clinicians and employees to create 5 additional teams. And that's great, because we want to ensure that when a behavioral health crisis happens, the right responders come to the scene to be able to offer the right resources. So what I'm asking, and I have here, which I would like to submit to the clerk for public record, and that I'm also offering for any legislator who has the courage to offer this as an amendment to the plan. We have copies for everyone, so all of you can do it. We are asking, number one, that Nassau County collect, publish, and analyze the data with regard to this new dual response system. This data will include things such as the nature and description of the call. How are the calls being coded? Who are the people who were dispatched? What was the order of arrival of dispatch? We need to understand if we have enough mobile crisis teams to actually be able to get to the scene, or if we need to expand that. We need to understand the responders of the scene, the role of mobile crisis at that scene, as well as the police, and we need to know the outcome of that interaction. Analysis of this data will assist the Nassau County Police Department, the mobile crisis teams, and publishing it will assist the public and community members like myself and so many others who are interested in working to build our community. We want to together better assess the effectiveness of this dual response in order to determine if there are call types which mobile crisis is able to effectively manage without police presence, thereby reducing costs to taxpayers and increasing police efficiencies and allowing police to do the job they are trained to do and ensure that people are getting the right responses. So I'm asking that we study this new model so that we can see what's happening, and if it's going as it has gone everywhere else in this nation that has tried this, we can continue to move forward with it. So that's our first piece. Secondly, we are asking that Nassau County implement a pilot program, and I've talked to many of you about this. I've even sent over the details of Denver's pilot program that was started back in June. I'll remind folks it was very small, $200,000. They collected data, and after 6 months, and I'll submit it to anyone else who hasn't received it, after 6 months, the data proved so effective, they just expanded the program by 7 times the funding to $1.4 million. So we are asking for the creation of a pilot program where the mobile crisis unit creates responder teams, as they have in other cities, composed of clinicians, trained peers, crisis responders, and medics, in order to respond to non-criminal, non-violent mental health, substance use, and houselessness crisis without the presence of police officers. We're asking that Nassau County consult with cities who are doing this, such as Denver and Austin, and I will give you the contact information and set up those calls. They currently implement effective non-police responses to non-criminal, non-violent 911 calls. And we want you to work with them to design your pilot program, as well as to propose how to scale the pilot when it's appropriate to do so. Additionally, we learned that Nassau County can pursue funding for this pilot through the recently passed H.R. 1319, the American Rescue Package, through which the federal government is working with jurisdictions to carry 85% of the cost for the development and maintenance of non-police community-based mobile crisis intervention systems. This is a movement that is sweeping the country. If Nassau wants to be a leading police department, we expect, we hope that this county will join with cities across the country, follow best practices, and start moving towards a public health crisis response for public health crises. So I'm submitting this to the clerk, and I ask any and all legislators to please submit it as an amendment. Thank you. And next, I believe, is Terrell Dozier.
Hello, everyone. I appreciate you all allowing me to be here today. My name is Terrell Dozier, and I am a member of LI United to Transform Policing and Community Safety and Long Island Network for Change. I expected to walk into this chamber very disappointed. As I stood out in front of this legislature with the blue ribbons draping the path inside, a symbol of the motto Blue Lives Matter, a motto only created in response and in opposition of Black Lives Matter, I realized that most likely my words will fall on deaf ears. I realized that my life most likely will fall on deaf ears. The lives of your constituents most likely will fall on deaf ears. and I was filled with disappointment. Last time that I was here addressing you all, I mentioned the fact, according to your own Nassau County Police Department data, that black community members here in Nassau are 5.3 times more likely to be arrested than white community members. Last time I addressed this chamber, I said that when you look only at drug arrest, Nassau County black community members are 4 times more likely to be arrested than white community members, even though all research across the United States states that black and white community members commit drug offenses, use and selling of drugs at similar rates. And I said that if you all pass a plan that neglects to begin to address this disparity, it will be a tragedy. And unfortunately, it appears, based on Laura Kern's plan, it appears that this legislature is okay with tragedy. It is okay to send to the state a plan that doesn't have a single significant structural reform embedded within it. It is okay to maintain the status quo that ensures that black community members here in Nassau County are more likely to be arrested, more likely to be stopped, more likely to be searched, more likely to have use of force used against them. It is okay. A tragedy. And every single legislator who votes yea on this plan without embedding key amendments into it are complicit. You are complicit in this tragedy. Now, I would like to offer up an amendment that I believe would significantly improve this plan. Last week, Legislator Bino posed Commissioner Ryder a scenario on whether someone seemingly nervous, having the jitters was the exact language she used, during a traffic stop constitutes enough reasonable suspicion to engage in a vehicle search. Nervous. Commissioner Ryder responded, and I quote, "If you have a movement and I say, please keep your hands where they are, may I just see your license and registration, and you start moving your hands, reaching down by the glove box, what are you reaching for? May I see your license and registration, and then when the hand moves to the glove box, what are you reaching for?" Interestingly enough, last time that I was here, I spoke. I stated how, as a black driver, deciding whether or not to pull out one's registration from a glove box can seem like a life or death decision. Commissioner Ryder, in his own words, shows us why. I was on a call last week with a black grandmother, and she said that she has an emergency line with her driving age grandchildren so that when they get pulled over by the police, to make certain that they could contact someone and have a witness, that someone is able to care for them during that encounter. So when Legislator Bino asks, should nervousness be considered probable cause, an answer that I think almost any sane person would clearly say, no, of course not. Nervousness? Jitters? That is turned into a, well, why are you nervous? Not from a beat officer, not from a rookie cop, but from the commissioner of the Nassau County Police Department. And I can tell you that if nervousness is rationale for reasonable suspicion to be pulled over by the police and searched, then every single black person in America is guilty here in Nassau County. Nervousness? The amendment that I pose to you all today is in alignment with legislation from Oregon and policies right around the corner, policies from the Suffolk County Police Department. The Nassau County Police Department will prohibit the practice by officers of asking questions unrelated to the objective of a traffic stop, including requesting consent to engage in a vehicle search during traffic stops for routine traffic violations. Exemptions to this policy is only when an officer can and has documented exigent circumstances where the officer sees, hears, or smells something that gives them probable cause to move past the objective of the traffic stop. The policy and procedure will be included in the Academy training curriculum, and additionally, the Nassau County Legislature will move to codify this policy into county legislation. I present this amendment to the clerk to be submitted for public record. I will give you at the end. And I ask that a legislator submit this as an amendment here today. And the beauty of this amendment is that based on Commissioner Ryder's own testimony last week, pretextual stops are only utilized to identify a perpetrator and ensure the wrongful arrest doesn't occur. That means you only need a license. And if that is the case, then the inclusion of this amendment would have absolutely no bearing on current practice, according to his testimony last week. And yet, it would go a long way to mitigate the fears of community members. And I will remind you that this policy is exactly being put into Suffolk County's police reform plan, right around the corner. I also would like to pose another amendment, adopted from the People's Plan and inspired a component of Suffolk County's plan. Police officers will hand people a card at the end of a vehicle, bicycle, or pedestrian stop with their name, rank, badge number, command, date, time, reason for the stop, duration of the stop, and outcome of the stop. And again, I present this amendment to the clerk to be submitted for public record, and I ask that a legislator submit this as an amendment today. This is called the Right to Know Act, because community members have a right to know why they are stopped and who stopped them. It is not enough, as the commissioner suggests, to say that names and badge numbers are already on police uniforms. It is not enough, as the commissioner suggests, to say that in every circumstance, all Nassau County police officers tell community members why they are stopped. And I'll be honest, the pushback against this is dumbfounding. If something as simple as ensuring each stop results in documentation given to the person who stopped, and that could help garner community trust, why wouldn't the county adopt this practice? Why wouldn't you adopt this practice? It begs the question, what is it that the police department has to hide? And it goes back to what was said last week, that this isn't Minneapolis, this isn't Chicago, this is Nassau County. The same Nassau County that over the past 5 years settled police misconduct cases amounting to at least $55 million. What is it that you have to hide? Commissioner Ryder said this plan is about trust. But it's not whether the Nassau County Police Department deserves community trust, but whether they are willing to earn the community's trust. And adding these two amendments and the other amendments that we will share will be a clear signal that the department is willing to earn this community's trust. And finally, I'm going to end and I'm going to say this. Your constituents and your community members deserve better. They deserve better than a plan that fails to address even the appearance of accountability. They deserve better than a status quo maintained by legislators' fears instead of doing the hard work of leading and creating legislation based on data and research. They deserve better than a government that is okay with pretending that anti-bias training, park, walk, and talk, and body cameras are going to somehow be the panacea for 5.3 times more likely to be arrested. And because they deserve better, I walked into this chamber extremely disappointed. But then I remembered, and I think it will behoove you all to remember this too, that the winds of change are here. That politics might have a way of blinding this chamber to them, but they are raging around you. And that those who hunker down and drop anchor will find an unforgiving tempest. But those who pitch their sail and allow themselves to be carried will be welcomed with the fruits of a new land. This is the civil rights movement of this generation. It is just the beginning. And you all need to decide what side of history you're going to be on. Thank you. Susan Goddard will now speak.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Susan Goddard. I am here today as a member of Long Island United to Transform Policing and Community Safety and Long Island Advocates for Police Accountability. It's really hard to follow that because there's just so much that's bewildering about this, but I'm going to get a little technical with everybody on the way this plan is put together. We've all been working very hard, and I know that you have as well. And I have to thank you for the vigilance that I've seen many of you, not all of you, but many of you put into this. You've been communicating with us. You've been making time for us, and I do want to thank you for that. But I really want to emphasize that it's not about individual people. It's not about even talking about good cops or bad cops. This is about institutions. This is about governance. It's about checks and balances, and it is about power. P-O-W-E-R, power. And I don't think there's anybody up here who would suggest that any body of government that has power should just be trusted. I don't even know how those words are uttered. It's about an institution that carries the awesome power of the state and the authority and ability to change lives or take lives on a dime. And recognizing that fact means that we also have to recognize that no agency or government or governing body, regardless of the service that is provided or the intentions of those in charge of the institutions, is beyond being checked. Because last time I checked, we the people don't just turn our lives over to government and say, we hope for the best, we trust you. They may do that in other countries, but we don't do that here. And I don't think there's any one of you that would want somebody from the other side of your political persuasion to be unchecked. It's Civics 101. It is beyond me how this plan does not have oversight. It has a little bit of oversight, and I thank you for what you did put in, and we'll get to that. That is why Congress has the power to practice oversight over the executive branch. It's not personal. It's smart governance. It's about it's not about good intentions. It's not about trusting any one individual. It's about checking power. So, and anyone that doesn't recognize that should not be in a position of power. Now, looking at the legislation itself, the plan itself, aside from the fact that it looks to be that somebody said to the police commissioner,
these are the things that are okay with you? Oh, okay, then that's what we'll put in the plan. These are the things that are not okay with you, we won't put it in the plan. I want to remind you all that you have until April 1st. We are passing out amendments. They're very common sense amendments. We are asking you to not vote on this today, and we are asking you to take these amendments into account, and I will go over a couple of them. But the bigger problem with this plan is that it leaves it up to the people and the advocates to track, monitor, and God only knows how we're ever going to enforce. And I'm speaking from experience. We've had a language access plan in this county for decades, and we are still desperately trying to get it implemented, so many provisions of it. And so the problem with this plan, and what we're asking for an amendment for, is that a lot of this plan is ensconced inside police policy. It's hidden inside policy, manuals, directives, memos, whatever it is, practice. And we are asking that it be legislated as much as possible, that it be legislated, codified, because otherwise it leaves it up to the advocates and the public to try to find out what's going on, to try to figure out how it's going on, where it's going on, when it's going on. And I'm going to say this, we've been trying to do this with the language access plan for decades. Okay, so part of the problem with this plan is very technical, and I believe that there is some sort of strategy to count on the fact that the public doesn't know this. This plan cannot be only policy, it has to be legislated. There has to be as many possible pieces of this plan codified into legislation with enforcement mechanisms and monitoring. And there's a piece that's going around that you guys will have. So the reforms are hidden in the from the public. Worse, it leaves the policy voluntary. So if it's just police policy, it's really voluntary. Between not being able to see what's going on and it just being internal police policy, it's really up to the police commissioner to get it done. And who's watching the police commissioner? Well, we don't have a CCRB and we don't have an inspector general's office. So how convenient is all of this? It's voluntary. And then the advocates and the public have to exhaust themselves trying to figure it out. And I think that they're counting on that. And I think that they're counting on the public not knowing this. And that, my friends, is what contempt looks like. So we're asking that you codify it. There are so many components of this plan that also are hidden. The other thing is body-worn cameras footage, for example, body-worn camera. Now, it seems to me that the body cameras are being sort of used as a talking point as we're all for transparency and we don't need anything else because we have the body cameras, which we're glad we have the body cameras, but it's a tiny piece. It's a tiny, tiny, tiny piece. And on top of that, we have to go ask, again, the public has to kill itself to try to find out, to try to obtain the body camera footage. Again, you're counting on the advocates and the public to exhaust themselves trying to figure it out. So that's what's wrong with the body camera footage. There's also a policy that an amendment we're recommending relating to body cameras that I'll go over in a second. Concerning vigorous oversight, like the Inspector General's Office or the CCRB, we're happy for the addition of the legislative oversight. Really happy about that, but I just have to say, if we get a legislature that is a majority one party or the other that does not care to conduct oversight over the police, if this stays in the realm of just a policy suggestion and is not legislated, the legislature will not have to conduct oversight, and there goes the whole ball game on oversight. So in addition to please codify that biannual hearing, we're also re-asking for the CCRB and the Inspector General's office. As far as the answer that the Attorney General's office is the one that will conduct oversight, that one shows the most contempt of all. I don't know how many of you have ever tried to get a state agency, a state oversight agency, to monitor all the places it's supposed to monitor. We can't get the SCOC to do what it's supposed to do, and for the Nassau County Jail. There's a funding issue, there's a capacity issue, there's just a staffing issue, and the same thing for the Attorney General's office. It's not intentional. It's just that the answer to oversight in Nassau County is to take it to the Attorney General if you have a problem. Again, the onus is on the public and the advocates. Not okay. We need local oversight. That answer also shows contempt for the public because they're counting on the public not to know that. Advocates know it, the public doesn't. So I will finish up and I will say, we're passing around amendments. I'll actually go over the body-worn camera amendment, which is related to the footage, but also to a separate piece. The policy piece, when the policy governing the use of body-worn cameras is developed, we would like this to be an amendment to the plan. We would like for there to be public inclusion of community members and experts in body-worn camera policy about who's activating them, where is it stored, when is it on, when is it off, who's making those decisions. These are really important decisions, and we don't want them done with some consultant that was hired that we know nothing about. We'd also like the amendment to include full disclosure of the consultants, who are their clients, and this goes for vendors as well. Who are their clients? What are their board of directors? What are their board of directors connected to? This whole thing on surveillance equipment can be a racket, and we need public disclosure on connections about all the people that are taking part in all of this. As I said, the right to know, we are asking for codification in legislation in as many places as possible. Otherwise, it's all voluntary. It's voluntary. So I will leave you with that. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Julie Gray Owens, Executive Director of Gender Equality New York, a nonprofit that advocates for gender-expansive people, including transgender, gender non-binary, and intersex New Yorkers. I'm also a member of the Nassau County Jail Advocates, and I've been training transgender cultural competency to the recruits at the Nassau County Police Academy since 2017. I have submitted a 5-page response to the portion of the amended draft of the Nassau County Police Reform, EO 203, entitled Encounters with Transgender Persons, as well as the overall plan to provide possible improvements in language and demographics. Page 1 of your packet, you should see it. It is a Excel spreadsheet. Shows specific improvements to the transgender policy that should be included before submitting this plan to Albany. The page is followed by the actual procedure, Exhibit AE. I will tell you that the policy is sound, but does need some modifications. The policy issues are as follows. First of all, the need to include terminology for gender non-binary people, including the name of the procedure and adding the definition to the term. These are people who do not identify as transgender and who do not feel male or female, and who may have behaviors and appearances that don't conform to social expectations. They all share a deep, persistent unease with being associated with the gender binary that they are assigned, and prefer using gender-neutral pronouns like they, them, and theirs. The need to add the term cisgender to the definition section, which speaks of people whose personal gender identity matches the sex designation given to them at birth. The need for this definition will be explained shortly. Throughout the arresting procedure, there is no mention of the requirement to ask for and use the person's personal pronouns by the police officer. Misgendering by using the wrong pronouns is considered harassment in New York state law. During the initial steps of the stops and questions section of the procedure, there is no mention of the department's search policy of conducting same-sex searches as part of the gender indicated on the government identification, unless the person requests otherwise. This department guidance is shown later in the process, but needs to be placed up front at the first mention of searching the person. In regard to gender classification on the arrest processing paperwork, if the person does not have a government ID, the classification uses the self-attested gender identity. In other words, what is your gender identity? Okay, I'll put that on the report. If the person has a government ID, the officer is instructed to use the sex designation on the person's ID. A person should not be punished and triggered just because they have a government ID. In regard to placement in secure holding location, the procedure directs the desk officer to consider the privacy of all arrestees. As it's been explained to me, all arrestees means the other people who are potentially incarcerated. This is a discriminatory process, as law enforcement should not be able to refuse a person their preferred housing based on unfair and discriminatory reasons such as anatomy or genitalia, sexual orientation, or the complaints of cisgender people who are incarcerated. Imagine if placement of black people was determined by the comfort of white people who were incarcerated. I have included a copy of the first 2 pages of the department's bias incidents hate crimes procedure, which has a wonderful definition of bias, bias incidents, gender, and gender identity. These definitions need to be used throughout the report because, as an example, there is a significant difference between the term gender and the term gender identity. These definitions must be used throughout the report, and I've listed numerous pages and sections where these changes are needed. I just want to be clear, we're now not talking about just the transgender policy, we are talking about the policy 410 pages worth. Further, in regard to documenting bias, the listing of racial/ethnic bias should include gender identity bias. There are also issues regarding demographics throughout the report. Information and reports that involve gender issues are shown with only male and female demographics. In order to recognize those who are gender expansive and their issues means that a third designation, and I'm suggesting you use the designation TGNB, which stands for transgender, gender non-binary. If our community is not properly measured, we cannot address problems that are specific to us. An example is, on the last page of this report, rank, sex, race, demographics of the current staff of the Nassau County Police Department. If a community of people is not shown, how can we note a problem in hiring and take steps to solve it? If you are not measured, you are not treasured. Finally, there are multiple forms in the report that shows only male and female as sex designation. This will become a severe issue when the Department of Motor Vehicles adds the third gender X to New York State driver's licenses. There must be more than 2 sex designations. These changes must be made if Nassau County truly means that they are committed to fostering trust, fairness, and legitimacy while working towards reducing racial and gender disparities. I urge you to add these recommendations to the final plan submitted to Albany. Thank you.
Good afternoon. First, I thank Presiding Officer Nicolello for your leadership. I thank you also for your attention to making sure that there was ample opportunity to be heard. I also want to say this with deep, earnest feelings that Denise Ford, we may never agree on everything, but I am sure that we agree on one thing, that you did what you thought was important to make sure that people got heard. And I thank you for that. And that's important for us to acknowledge each other in times when we find ourselves in different positions, yes? We find ourselves many times at a place where we say, I disagree with him or her fervently. But that does not mean that we don't remain civil. That does not mean that we don't remain engaged. And it does not mean that we have to stay where we are. Because the reason why people give breath to issues such as these that we find ourselves talking about today is because they are paramount to who we are as Americans. My ancestors, and I can only go back 3 generations, they came over in the hull of a ship. But when they came here, they were treated as though they were less than. And anybody that's treated as though they're less than in our society needs to be recognized first, it needs to be identified second, and then we need to change it third. We are at the third point now because we've already, that being many of the people in this chamber know that there is a difference the way people are treated in Nassau County by their own police department. I've asked the county executive and the commissioner to admit that. They have refused to admit that there are racial disparities with regard to arrest in Nassau County. That is a problem. Because when you don't admit that there is a problem, you cannot heal yourself. You can't say, I don't have cancer, and then not go to the doctor and not expect to die. We have something that is burgeoning underneath our own skin, and we need to deal with it, legislators. And if indeed you say, well, I really don't see that, let me tell you, I do. And let me tell you, there are hundreds, no, thousands of people in Nassau County that do. And some of them are listed on that very long list of people that said adopt the People's Plan. Let me just, the reason I went back to this brother back here and I took this sign because I represented Christopher Wade's memory. And it cost the county $2.5 million for a rogue officer who they knew was doing the worst things possible to peoples of color, and they did nothing except for pay the bill. The time for change is now. And part of the problem that we have today is that people don't want to change. They use those dreaded 9 words, that's the way we've always done it, as an excuse for not making a change. Change gonna come. Yes, it is. And let me just borrow, because I love music. Everybody in here, do I love music? There's a song that says, wake up everybody. No more sleeping in bed. No more backward thinking. It's time for sleeping, for speaking ahead. Think ahead. May 25th, 2021 will be the first anniversary of the killing and murder of George Floyd. April 1st comes before that. You have the opportunity as legislators to make the changes that need to be made so that you are not embarrassed by those people who will take to the streets and raise questions and raise their voices and push the limit such so that there is good debate going on in the public square. Now is the time. And part of what I want to just stress as we, and by the way, we're getting toward the end of our presentation, Mr. Chair and Madam Assistant Chair and Deputy. And we tried to do this in a respectful way. We have abided by your rules. We have adhered to your limitations, even though we were treated differently the last time we were in this chamber. We forgave, but did not forget. But we want to be real clear. When I say we, I'm speaking for thousands of people who endorsed the People's Plan and put their blood, sweat, and tears into it. And those individuals that I'm speaking for when I say we also have an expectation that when they go into the voting booth on that Tuesday in November, that they can have some level of confidence that when they cast their vote for whomever they choose, who may be up here with the crown of incumbency on them, that they can push or use that pen now. There's a real concern, and you need not stick your head in the sand. Everybody knows that when you stick your head in the sand, there's only one thing sticking up. And that does not have to be the case. Mr. Coppell got that. The real point that I want to drive home as I talk about the Civilian Complaint Review Board is that there is a need for real accountability, not to oneself, but to the people who give the power in the first place. Accountability is severely lacking in what's been proposed by the county executive. And for the life of me, I don't understand, or maybe I do, but don't want to understand why there is no accountability built into this plan right now. Things like an inspector general, things like a full and complete stat act, things like a CCRB, things like the right to know, things that make it common sense that if indeed you want a police department to be responsible and responsive to the people, that any sane person would say, that makes sense. I believe that you're all sane people. And I believe that you believe that makes sense. I also believe that some of you are afraid. And there are people in here that have a little emblem on their lapel that deals with unions and union money and all that stuff. It needs to be out of the equation right now. And part of what we need to do is step back, say, on this one, you can say what you want, but I'm going to swing with the people. Because the people's plan makes sense, it's well researched, it's better researched than anything proposed by, fourth floor. But the reality is that this is the time. So let me hand up a couple of things, and then I'm going to talk about the CCRB, and I'll sit my derriere in the chair. I'd like to hand these up because this is today's opinion from Newsday. Some of you read that paper. It's a op-ed that they were good enough to print by myself and Sister Shaniqua, writing on behalf of 3 major organizations that put the People's Plan together with the help of others. And it speaks to the problems. It also speaks to how to solve those problems. And I'll hand this up right now. I'll put it on the table here. Folks forget it. But as I talk about the Civilian Complaint Review Board, I've got to take you to a different time and different place, and I'll sit down in a moment. I want to take you to places like when the Constitution of the United States was penned. And that every black person that was in this room at that time would have been considered less than human. You and me and some of these other folks would have been considered less than human. And if that doesn't send chills down your spine and make you want to sit up in your chair, you need to think about that. Because this is a time when we can start to reverse that 400 years of history. Don't say, I wasn't there, it didn't happen on my watch. Because each of you that are up there thinking that are the beneficiaries of that. And it's okay to have that conversation. It's okay to talk about that. Because that's all of our shared history. So when we ask for accountability, yeah, you better believe. Why? Because it's time that people start answering to us as a community and not live in silos where they believe that they can do anything and say anything they want, because that's exactly what happened to Christopher Wade. And many of you may not know his name. He got shot 9 times, 5 times in the front, 4 times in the back. And the officer said, I thought he had a gun. And the officer was never disciplined. The complaint was never fully investigated. And the presentation to the district by the district attorney in the grand jury was, officer, you felt afraid for your life. Isn't that true? Oh, yes, absolutely. And the grand jury exonerated him. But the jury, who heard all the facts, that went to the scene and looked and saw how he could lie, and how a pastor looked down from a window and saw Christopher Wade being shot in the middle of his head, as an officer said, I told you to shut, using the MF word, and testified under oath, that was never heard by the grand jury in the appropriate way. And that's why it cost the county $2.5 million. There was a need in that case for an independent body to do an evaluation of what happened with Christopher Wade and look at it in a real way. There was none. It was covered up by the police, it was covered up by Nassau County, and indeed it was covered up by the district attorney's office, and I say that not lightly. Each of you needs to understand that accountability today is being asked for in this chamber in a civil way. That's why I'm bringing you from today to May 25th, 2021. CCRB is a good response, in part, to accountability. So are the other things that we spoke about. But I just want to end with this, that if indeed it can't be done in the quiet of a hollowed chamber, we will go to the streets. And I will be there all 64 years of my life, right out in front, till I lose my voice, because there's not a young black man that's going to get beat again, who's going to get killed again, who's going to be abused again, or get afraid of going to their glove compartment to get their ID and their registration while I am here on God's green earth. And I'm not going to give breath to it. If you think that my pledge is serious, what do you think the 16, 17, 18, 19, 20-year-olds are saying in their hearts every time they get pulled over? They're afraid, they're angry, and more than important, they are distrustful. If you want to change that, because whether or not we like it or not, and I say everybody, Long Island's going through a change right now. It is one of the most segregated places in the country. We know that. We've heard that all touted all over the place. But the reality is that the growth of its communities of color are starting to flex their muscles politically and intellectually. And we will come like a wave to help you change your mind. So I encourage you all, legislators, 2 motions are request. One, that somebody move that the matter of voting on this be tabled until a date closer to April 1st. Second, that one of you or more of you take these amendments that we've provided to you and move them from the floor, or if you are going to adjourn this matter for purposes of considering what has been presented to you, place them appropriately within the 7-day rule before the legislature for adoption, and or the county executive agreeing to make them part of her plan. We could celebrate on May 25th that there has been real change in Nassau, or we could be at loggerheads and in opposition to each other. the Reverend Adrian Brewington, who I have to take the garbage out for every night, tells me that peace is a better way, that agreeing is a better way. My faith tells me that that's a better way. But even Jesus turned the tables over in the temple. Be ye warned. And also be ye encouraged, because that's why we're here today. I'll hand up my amendment at this time, and we thank you for giving ear to our voices, but now we ask you to give votes to our voices.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Brewington. I don't believe there's a need to have a presentation again by our commissioner, who's spoken a number of times. But if anyone on the dais has a specific question they want posed, now's the time to do it before we start considering amendments. Again, I'm not calling for another presentation. We've had presentations. But if there's a specific question that needs to be asked at this time, yes. One moment, Legislator Szilagyi, Legislator Ford has a question. And then you do, I take it as well. Right.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Presiding Officer.
We actually, I think we'll ask the Commissioner to come up for a moment.
I'll yield.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. I didn't realize. Commissioner Ryder? Thank you. Can you just clarify for us, because I know that some of us were a little, we have a difference of opinion in regard to the 911 Bureau and the tiered response and how those calls are going to be handled, all right? Some of us think one way, some of us took it another way. So I really would like to have complete clarification on the response, the way that the tiers are going to work.
So, again, the confusion comes in the fact that we did have legislation in long as also the EO 203. It's all about educating the public about when they should and when should not call 911. If we can educate them that in a non-emergency, non-threatening type situation to call mobile crisis directly or a service provider directly, that's a plus for us. That's better service for, again, that victim. The second part of that is once you call 911, the 911 operator has a script. A CB operator has a script in front of her or him. He will read that or she will read that and then decide if there is no threat, there is no violence, there is no emergent situation, that there can be a referral directly to mobile crisis. We will then contact mobile crisis. CB will stay on the line. Once mobile crisis speaks to the victim or the victim's family and says, here's this. They'll tell our 911 operator, we are aware of this individual, we know what's wrong, we have it from here, there's no threat, there's no emergency. Okay, thank you, and 911 will disconnect. If the questions get answered a different way, then of course 911 will dispatch police along with a police ambulance and dual response from mobile crisis. They'll be notified and they will respond. These are between the hours of 8 o'clock and midnight. And the reason we do it between 8 o'clock and midnight, that is the majority of the calls. Very few come in the after hours. That doesn't stop us from then reaching out to mobile crisis from the scene by phone. Once we're on the scene, if we will always probably 99% of the time be there before the mobile crisis, we have the situation under control. Johnny, for argument's sake, is sitting on the couch and good. We will notify mobile crisis. They will come in. Once they are comfortable, we will step outside and they will address the problem at hand. And if there is a need for us to stay, we will stay. Once it's a medication question or something that could have been handled differently, they will make that decision. They are the experts. They are the providers. They will tell us if, one, he or she has to go to the hospital, or the person could stay here, we got the medication, and everything's okay. All those numbers, all that data will be collected. All those numbers, and I heard earlier as Emily was speaking, and we're meeting with Emily next week, is that all of that data will be collected, all of that will be researched. We will research the dual response, and of course, we'll come back and analyze that to what is the best way to serve our victims, our public.
So you'll sort of move toward an embracement to a certain degree of the plan with Emily Kaufman in regard to?
It is a piece of the People's Plan. It is a piece of Emily's statements that she said here, and it's also a piece of what our experts at Mobile Crisis tell us.
Right, because I know that with the 911 Bureau, you know, that is like the first point of contact for so many people. So I just want to make sure that we start the process, you know, in that respect, you know, because to me it's very, very important.
Absolutely.
You know, and I know especially for the training, and, you know, since we are going to be revisiting this 6 months, I think it is, we will be looking at the 911 Bureau and hopefully have an audit done so that we can see how the calls responded, and we'll at least then, for our own comfort, be able to see what has been happening, you know, and what possibly needs to be improved upon. Aside from that, okay, I just have to change my glasses, I'm sorry. And then offline, I will also give you my thoughts that I perhaps might be some recommendations, you know, on my part that I'd like to after all of this. I think for the traffic stops, you know, I know that Legislator Bino had, you know, brought it up in regard to people being nervous. And it made me realize, you know, and I guess it didn't connect at that point, you know, for me. You know, there are many reasons why some people may have certain movements in a car that can be misrepresented or misinterpreted by police officers. You know, we have, in my family, we have a neurological disease called Huntington's disease. And what that does is it starts debilitating a person. So while a person may be quite capable of driving a car or be able to walk, they end up getting what they call chorea movements. So like maybe while, you know, so it may be, and their sense of nervousness may be heightened because they're being stopped by police. Not that they would be doing anything illegal, you know, they just happen to have a disease, a sickness. So, you know, I think that when you look at that, you know, you might have somebody who's moving, even if they stop them in the street or something, you might have people like almost like they want to fight you, but they're not. You know, they just can't help it. They can't control their movements. So I think that I'd like to see something perhaps, you know, come up with, you know, so that we can better address, you know, that if things happen. Because I know, you know, speaking to my niece who's been involved with this, that in the past there have been people who've had these type of conditions, or whether or not they have Parkinson's or whatever. There's so many different illnesses that people have that, you know, we take a look at that. You know, maybe we should have a different set of eyes taking a look at the traffic stops in regard to that, or just stopping people.
So the context in which that was taken was if I would search a vehicle.
Yeah.
When would I be permissible to search a vehicle, and at the consent, and when would it not be consent? When would the exceptions apply? That was the example that I gave for that exception. That's a Supreme Court decision, not a Pat Ryder made-up decision.
Okay.
So we collect all the data. As Mr. Brewington explained way on in his first presentation here, that the data was insufficient. I agree, I concur. The data we posted was the data that we had. From going forward, and we have since January 18th, collect all of that data. The people in the car that we can identify or not identify, the race of the individuals, the reason for the stop, if the car was searched, all of that. And as of today, we are 100% compliant on our car stop data regarding it. And how do I know that? Because every single police car in Nassau County is GPSed. You don't move throughout the county as a cop in Nassau without us knowing where you are. Every radio will be GPSed as the new system rolls in. The body-worn cameras, as they move forward, will be GPS. A cop can't move in this county while he's working without a big brother watching down and knowing where he is. So when we talk about technology and data collection, it's the data collection and the technology that's being gathered on our cops. We know where they are. They can't say, I didn't do that car stop. Bring up the GPS data, we find it, and now we do the comparison.
But what happens if you do a traffic stop or just stop somebody in the street? and they don't have the ability to be able to respond to say, like, there's no reason to search my car. How do we, because not everybody should have their car searched.
So in the consent process, there's three things that you must voluntarily, intentionally, and knowingly. You have to be aware of that you have given consent. So I do the car stop, and I said he gave me consent, and he says he didn't. I got that. In the newer age coming in September, October, it's on video. It's on video. My name is on video. Part of the new body-worn camera is that I will announce who I am, police officer Ryder, and I will tell the individual, I am wearing a body camera. That's part of the policy that we're moving forward with. And then we will say, the reason I stopped you is for A, B, and C. And if he does do a further movement, if there is marijuana in the car, whatever allows us, drunk driver, allows us to get into that vehicle, will all be on video to be shown and accountability. You can't lie against the video.
And do they have, when the police officers stop, did they have a handheld computer when they stop, that they can?
The computer's back in the car.
So they would go back to the car and input everything? And
Yes.
does it have any ability to print or anything? Or?
It does print the tickets right there on site, yes.
All right, so they actually then would give a ticket or a citation to somebody?
And it also gives them an explanation of what they can do if they need to file, to disagree with the summons or not.
Okay, if somebody doesn't get a summons, are they allowed to ask to say, why am I stopped, and then have the police officer
It is in our department policy that we must give that when asked, we must give that, yes.
Okay. Do they do it in writing, or is it just verbal? I'm asking, I don't know.
It is a verbal response.
Okay, all right. then. I'm gonna, I might have a question later. I don't want to hold that. All right, but thank you very much.
I just wanted to clarify. This part is for people with actual questions for the commissioner. We're all going to have an opportunity to make statements later on before the vote. So if you have a statement to make, you may want to wait until we getting ready to vote. If you have specific questions for the commissioner, by all means. Deborah Muley, Legislator Muley.
Yes, thank you, Presiding Officer. I do have some questions. So I think it's a very compelling argument. I'm sorry, I'll put in my video. Let's see, where am I? Well, anyway, I can't see myself here. I think it's a very compelling argument that no one can police themselves. And when I was a member of the school board, we, by law, had to have independent auditors, 3 different kinds of auditors come in to audit our books. And that came out of the whole Roslyn financial scandal in the Roslyn School District. And so I really do think that that's a very compelling argument. How does the plan address these concerns since there is no CCRB or Inspector General?
We do, first of all, we audit our books also yearly by Deloitte.
I'm not talking about finances.
Well,
I'm
you
really
did.
talking.
You did. You said your budget.
I did.
But
I use that as an example.
I don't think
I'm
teachers
sorry.
in discipline are brought in by outsiders to be audited, are they? No, they're not.
Well, that's true. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. But
Doctors,
so now what I'm
lawyers,
asking
they all get judged by their peers. We are judged by those, the management, the professional police department of Nassau County. They handle that judgment. So we take the data, we will make all the data public, we will analyze it any way that is requested. We're not hiding nothing, and when it comes to the discipline, we will then explain that discipline. We will bring it here to the Public Safety Committee and explain the findings on those that have been disciplined.
Okay, Commissioner, what would be the reasons for not having either an Inspector General or a CCRB?
There are numerous layers of oversight on the police department. It starts with supervisors, commanding officers, and what we call the blue team. That is our early intervention. On top of that, there is the Internal Affairs Unit, there is the District Attorney's Office, and now the Inspector General as of April 1.
You mean the Attorney General?
Attorney General, Attorney General as of April 1. So all of that oversight is on top of the police department now. Our members are GPS'd. We're wearing body cameras to hold us accountable at any stop, any interaction with the public, that body camera will be on. And in fairness to the public, we will announce that the body camera is on. That is one of the best policies that we follow in looking at New York City, who does it. So,
Just ask the, ladies and gentlemen, let the commissioner speak.
So-
I think when people ask him questions, they want to hear what his response is. And
so from the accountability side, from the data collection, the body-worn cameras, the GPS that are on both our radios, our cameras, and our cars, and then, of course, the layers of inspection from Internal Affairs, District Attorney, Attorney General. And then on top of it, like I said, we go back to the body-worn camera of any conflict, and we'll play the camera video.
As I understand it, the Suffolk plan includes a liaison to the Attorney General. Is that provided for in this plan?
So there is 75 and 70B. Both of those are liaison to the Attorney General. And 70B, excuse me, that is the one that addresses in custody death, on duty or off duty, in custody or not in custody. That's examined. There's a liaison for that. And now there will also be a liaison regarding the complaint office of the Attorney General.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Legislator Drucken.
No, I don't have any questions at this time.
You got a statement later on, right? Okay. Legislator Bino.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Good afternoon.
So I want to go to the, I want to refer to the letter that I sent last week. Were you given a copy of that letter that I sent to County Executive Curran regarding the early intervention system?
Yes, I was.
And so, and then also inquiring about performance evaluations of the officers?
Yes, in your letter, yes.
So later on, I was able to spend some time reviewing the PERF report that was done in 2017. And the PERF report, I only got it Monday, after asking for it for years, for the last 4 years. I finally got a copy on Monday, and Monday after session. And so I spent some time going through it. And the EIS system that was described in this PERF report, that was the study that was done specifically for Nassau County's Police Department, stated that we should have an EIS system and that it should have different indicators in terms of warning signs, and it shouldn't just be ranked, it shouldn't just pop out someone just because they have 3 warnings, that they should be tiered and have different levels of corrective action based on the type of response, the type of warning that they receive or discipline. But more importantly, I really have a problem with the fact that we're not doing performance evaluations. And it's clearly stated in this PERF report that we should be doing these evaluations on a regular basis. And I understand that it will require impact negotiations. I've requested that this be amended in the plan, and like all the other amendments that we requested, most of the other amendments that we requested, it was kicked back. We could have included that as a recommendation, even if it had to be negotiated.
I can't include something into the plan that has to be collective bargaining.
Well, we included we included body cameras. That still has
It
to
does
be.
not
That
have
still
to
has
be-
to be. That still has to be bargained.
Again, as the SOA agreed to it, the PBA at the time had agreed to it, their contract was not voted through. But
But-
again, the county exec had said that she will go forward with it no matter what, and we'll deal with it in bargaining later.
So even the SOA agreeing has to, the agreement is there, but it
Correct.
still needs to be negotiated. That's the reason why we hired the consultant, is to create the procedures around using the cameras, and then those procedures have to be negotiated with the union, correct?
Correct.
Impact negotiations,
Mhm.
correct? Okay, so if we could include that aspect of, accountability into the plan, why can't we include the aspect of performance evaluation?
So I
Even
believe
though
in your
we
letter,
know it has to be invested.
I believe in your letter, you asked us if it can be included in the collective bargaining going forward, and I believe the answer back was yes, it will be.
No, it wasn't. It was,
Okay.
the exact answer was
My
that they
understanding
were
that
provided to the bargaining team, the negotiation bargaining team, and that the team would then discuss it. It didn't say, yes, we're going to be doing evaluations.
No,
That
I didn't
was
say
not
yes,
the
it was,
answer.
I did not say that. I
Right.
did not say yes, it was going to do evaluation.
Right.
I meant yes, it would be considered in the collective bargaining. That
Okay.
was the ask on the.
But the
memo.
whole purpose of my request to the county executive was for there to be some consideration for this to be added into the plan. That's the whole purpose, was for it to be included in the plan. But instead, it was not.
Okay. I don't, what's the question?
The question is, why was it not included?
Because at the time, it's got to be bargained, and to put that into the plan, we put our plan forward. That was presented here on the last date that was here, and last Monday, and that's the plan. Again, these things going forward, it doesn't, and again, as I think Shaniqua said it earlier, and she's right, it doesn't end April 1st. It does not. And I've had conversations with Mr. Brewington and Mrs. Edwards, and I agree that we can continue to look at things. We're not saying, we want a division and this is it, this is the game plan, and that's what we're going forward with. So a lot of these things will continue to be discussed as we go forward. That is the intention of why we kept the pact alive, and that is why we continue to have the dialogue.
So I don't disagree that this has to be a fluid movement, that it can't start and stop here. I 100%, support that and will require that, right? But at the end of the day, this is an opportunity, an historic opportunity to make change. And I think that, not including many of the items that we requested to be part of the plan, inclusive of having, a third party, an independent party, look at complaints that bubble up out of the police police department, along with looking at performance measures, along with including, a diversity consultant to come in and look at our, not just recruitment, but how we train, and like having someone that comes in and evaluates our data. There's so many things that should have been included, whether it was in the form of a CCRB, an inspector general's office. There needed to be a little bit more meat on the bone on this plan. And just the mere fact that we wouldn't even include performance evaluations in there, and I think stating that it couldn't be in the plan for the mere fact that it hasn't been negotiated, that doesn't pass muster for me, because, quite honest, body cameras are in there, like I stated.
Right.
So it just seems like there's a real unwillingness to kind of move some of this stuff from, just something we're talking about, and to action, and it is perplexing to me that some of these simple things just can't be achieved. And I just feel like, we're banging our heads up against the same wall over and over. We've been, having these discussions for quite some time now.
Right, and we opened it up for public comment. We put it out there for everybody to comment. That recommendation came after we submitted our plan.
So did the majority. And then their plan was modified.
Because most of it was already...
Then the county's plan was modified to reflect it.
Again, because it was already in there and it wasn't a major change to the plan.
Quite honestly, our letter to the county executive that was signed by the minority leader came before the majority's request. Before. But yet they weren't included. I understand that you don't have you don't have the full authority to make amendments to the plan, so I'm speaking to you because you're here as a representative of this administration. So I don't, I understand upstairs, you know, the folks have the ability to make that modification, and they did not. And so, but by extension of being a part of that administration, I'm speaking to you today. It's not acceptable just to say that, you know, the plan was already submitted. It just wasn't. It could have been modified up until the time we sat down here. It could have been modified. This is not acceptable. Thank you.
Legislator Solaz, did you have questions, or are you going to make a statement later on? Go ahead. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Good afternoon.
Previously, one of the speakers, Mr. Brunton, mentioned, and several of them made reference to the fact that here in Nassau County, blacks are 5.3 more likely to be arrested than whites. And they are not pointing fingers and saying anyone is racist for that, but they're saying, reasonably, that is a clear example of a racist institution. Point blank, an arrest rate of 5.3 black males to white males, is that a symptom, quality, or reflection of an institution that is racist?
If that institution is the Nassau County Police Department, I said to you before, and I'll say it again, no, it's not. Our car stops, our arrests are all based on probable cause. They don't get thrown out when they go to court. It's not like the DA is saying all these cases got to get thrown out because there was no probable cause to make the arrest. It's an evidence-based approach. It's probable cause, and then the arrest is made. And we equally disperse
but
our
blacks
vehicles.
do not account for anywhere the number of people in this county compared to whites, but they're arrested 5.3 times more likely. How do you explain for that, sir?
Again, we base all of our arrests on probable cause. Once probable cause has been committed, the crime has been committed,
And
we make
racial
the arrest.
biases don't play a role in that?
Not at all.
Okay. How can you be in a position to change history of racism if you're not even acknowledging it? Real simple question. Work with me here.
He's not answering that question.
Sir, you allowed me the chance to speak. I'm speaking.
But he's
Thank
not
you very
answering
much.
that
Please
question.
do not interrupt. Thank you.
Sure.
Please, help me to explain this to my son, my 7-year-old son, a black male. Okay? Help me to explain to him that he will likely not be able to be arrested when the arrest rate at now is 5.3 compared to 1. Help me explain that to him.
That's not a question.
That's a question. Yes, it is.
No,
Okay?
it's-
And when I asked him a similar question at a previous hearing, he mentioned his son being pulled over. We're not talking about Mr. Ryder, your son. We're talking about Mohammed. We're talking about Jamal. We're talking about Jose. We're talking about a lot of young males. Again, 5.3 to 1.
Does
Help
my
explain that,
son
sir.
not get as nervous as your son? I told you the story, and my son was a wreck.
You cannot compare your son to Jose
I'm
Jamal.
not comparing
Your
my son. I'm
Your son,
comparing
just
an
like me,
example of an
when I was in
incident
high
being-
school in Franklin Square, had a PBA card, okay? So please, do not compare your son to these individuals. Your son has privilege.
Wait, hold on.
This is about your privilege.
Hold on. If there is a question for him,
The question,
make the question.
is, how does he explain that an arrest rate of 5.3 to 1 is not an element, symptom, reflection of a racist
He's
system?
already answered that question. The next question.
He's the police commissioner of Nassau County.
He's already answered.
responsible for every arrest, bad and good, that they make.
He's answered the question. If you have another question, go ahead and pose it.
If he cannot answer that question, then what is the point of this hearing?
He answered it. If you have another question, go ahead and ask it.
I asked the question. Commissioner, can you please answer?
No, he answered it. You're not asking him the same question multiple times. You're simply not. He answered it already.
All right, he's helping the witness. I have no more
Again,
questions.
it is
Thank you.
our arrests are based on probable cause.
All right. Minority Leader Abrahams.
Can you hear me, Presiding Officer?
Yes. Questions. We have time for statements later.
Yes. This is for a question. I apologize.
You're breaking up, Kavan. There's an issue. Maybe we could have him call and then put him on the speaker.
I'm not too sure if it's going on. Fisher. Hello? Can you hear me? Is that all right? Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you now, yeah.
Let me try logging off and coming back. Hold on. Oh, Rich, can you hear me now? Is that better?
Yes. Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Can you guys hear me in the chamber?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you just fine.
Okay. You're coming through loud and clear.
Good. So I just wanted to, again, I want to ask a question and I'm sorry if I apologize. This question was asked because my audio kept cutting out. But I have two areas I want to talk to the commissioner about. The first area is related to the use of force that I started to talk about a little bit last week. And the second area, once I want to re-engage in regards to one of the things the commissioner said I thought he said attorneys policing themselves, and that talked about independence. But I'll get to that point in a second. But Commissioner, I want to thank you for directing me to the county website, which I was aware of. However, the county website does not exemplify what if I'm understanding what the police department has posted on the website. It indicates the times use of force has been used in Nassau County, and one of the things that it reminds me of is demographics of the use of force as it points in the year 2020. If I'm understanding the chart correctly, 167 males there has been force used against versus versus 31 females. However, the data pertains.
We're trying to reach you by telephone.
37%.
Come on, can you hear me?
Of the male are of 35% are of black background and background.
Come on, we're having trouble hearing you. So we'd like to have you speak on the cell phone. We'll put it up to the mic, and we'll be able to hear you. He's going to have to go back to the beginning of his question, though.
I apologize, but we really couldn't hear you, so I'm going to put you on the microphone.
Okay, all right.
Go ahead. It's kind of
Sorry for everyone in the chamber. I apologize. I'm not too sure what's going on with my internet service, but apparently it's not that well. Anyway, I don't know how much you have heard, but I was asking questions in the two areas I wanted to cover, Commissioner. One was the use of force demographics, the information that is posted up on the county website, and two is regards to a CCRB, just based off of your more recent comments today that I just have some clarification on. So just to start with the use of force, the chart that you had referenced last week that I guess you directed me to, one of the pages that I was asking some of my questions from was page 3, I believe, the use of force demographics as it broken out by male versus female. Do you have that chart in front of you, or are you familiar with that chart?
I do not, but I'm sure if the number you're reading is correct.
Okay, so the number that is indicates that there were 167 males where force had to be used, 31 females. Also, it indicates that of the males, the 167, 37% were white, 35% were black, and 20% were Hispanic. As it pertains to the females, 68% were white, 19% were black, and 10% were Hispanic. Now, knowing the demographics in the county and looking at the male side, before I get into my question in terms of from last week, there seems to be a disparity as it pertains to use of force when it comes to males, but primarily males of color, because the demographic numbers do not fit to what the county's ratio of population is. I just wanted to know if the police department had a response to that.
So the data that you're looking at is compared to, obviously, the use of force data. Use of force is collected from its lowest intrusion to the most aggressive. And sometimes that use of force may be tightening of handcuffs, that they're too tight, that you pushed them against the car when you arrested them. That's all part of what we call use of force. So we collect that as a total number, and then it breaks down to the final findings, and again, and how you're either it's a neglect of duty, unprofessional conduct, unlawful conduct, improper tactics, and most of them end up in that world of improper tactics.
Okay, well, I understand that. So, but I'm talking about the racial disparity. As I said before, we all know the demographics and the makeup of the population of the county of Nassau. I'm asking for a response in regards to 55% of the male number, the 167, is made up of people of color. But I don't believe, as we look at the population of the county, that the people of color represents, like, it seems like a big disparity. Like, use of force when it comes to males, based on this chart at least, I'm going based off your chart, it appears that use of force is being used on people of color at a higher rate than their white counterparts. Am I reading your chart correctly?
You're reading the chart correctly. The data is correct.
So I'm asking, what's the department's response to that? I can't believe that, based on what you just told me about the different types of use of force, that's a sufficient answer. I mean, if I'm looking at this correctly, 55% of people of color, force is being used against them. I mean, is there any particular information you can provide to this committee or this body that substantiates why, I mean, by a rate of probably 2 to 1, African Americans and Latino Americans have to use force on them more. But then when I look at females, the female, thankfully, is and not that we want to see any useful force used on anybody, but the female numbers appears to be more to meet the demographic of the county. But the male number seems to be jumping through to a 2 to 1 ratio.
So the data that we've given you is the data that we collect. That data reflects those that resist arrest or that force was used. There's many probably deep reasons that we could try to figure out why those resist arrest. I don't know the answer to it, but I know that the data is the data.
No, I appreciate the data being the data, and I appreciate the fact that the data wasn't, not that I would accuse you of that, manipulated or changed. But I think, again, this goes back to what I was talking about before, and that's why I don't know if this legislative body is ready to really, have really tough discussions about how we combat biases and race, if those are issues that are confronting us today in terms of this use of force demographics. I don't know the reason, per se. I don't have any facts to tell me what the reason is, but the fact that we would allow this to happen in our county, where we know there's a tremendous disparity on how males are being treated, and to not have a response today, on this day, March 22nd, but then go forward and vote for a plan that we don't even know that if males are being, African American Latino males are being treated unfairly. We don't even know the answer. We know the data, but we don't know the answer. But to go forward and not know the answer with still those question marks, doesn't seem like we're doing a great service for the people in Nassau County today. I truly believe that we should at least be able to respond to this question.
So
why the difference? Now, I envision part of the difference is, as I heard from, and some of it cut out, I heard from Legislator Szilagyi, is that African Americans, Latino Americans are being arrested at a higher ratio than their white counterparts. I'm guessing that's the reason to why I'm seeing this disparity here today. But now this goes from an arrest to where force is being used, which is a whole other level beyond the arrest. So I'm concerned that we don't have a response to this today.
The commissioner's trying to respond
Sir,
to you.
one of the reasons is you got to understand the definition of what the force is that's being used. And again, I think Chief Sewell presented that correctly last week when she discussed the levels of force. We may go from, again, he pushed me when I was standing next to the car. He shoved me down in the cell at headquarters where we have video, and then we dispute those with the video. Many of our cases that have been gone forward for excessive use of force that have been unfounded were unfounded because of video. Again, moving forward with body cameras, 6 months from now, I'm going to have a better answer from you after we go through with body cameras about why, and to show that if it is the fact that those are resisting, or is my cop doing something wrong.
Oh, well, I mean, Commissioner, that's great for 6 months down the road. My only concern is that today, we're voting on a plan today. And the plan today doesn't address this disparity. So we're saying to 167 people in this county, which I know a lot of people will poo-poo, it's not enough. But there are people, they're humans. There are 167 people that we are telling today that there was a disparity, potentially in your case, and we're doing nothing about it. To me, that's a concerning thing. But let's move on. So one of the things I asked also in regards to the demographics data was how many complaints of these 167 were filed. Were there any complaints filed to your attention regarding any of this use of force of the 167 or the 31 females?
I apologize. You mean to my attention?
Or to the department? Were there any complaints filed that were related to these cases of useful force?
Yes. So every time there's an excessive use of force case, whether there is a complainant or not, it is investigated.
Okay, you said excessive use of force.
Any use of
these
force.
These are not all excessive use of force. These are just use of force.
Yeah,
correct?
any use of force case that goes in, it goes into our blue team, and from there it is investigated.
Okay, so you're saying of these 198 cases that were use of force in 2020, all of them have been investigated by the police department?
That is correct.
In any of those cases, was the force determined by the police department to be excessive?
I don't have those numbers in front of me.
I'm sorry, Commissioner. I hate the fact that we're doing this to a cell phone. I can barely hear you. You said no, you don't have the data, or no, there were no.
I do have that data. I will make that data available. It is on the public website. But again,
where would I find? I'm on the public website as we speak. Where would I find that page?
At the conclusion of the numbers are in there. I'll get it for you if it's not there.
But you could direct me. I'm on your page now. Is it on the same site as the charts?
So I'm not on the site, so I don't know exactly where it is. But I can get you all the use of force data that you're asking.
I think we need to see that because I would like to know of those 198 cases how. And this is what I was driving at last week. Of these 198 cases, I need to know how many of them by the police department were determined to be excessive, because this goes into the issue. And look, Commissioner, this is not about you. I've always said that. This is not about you. This is about making sure we enforce their integrity, independence, and accountability in our police department. The only way we do that is by making sure that the people of this county know and trust that there will be fairness within that. And I think you only have to do that by independence. That being said, if we are not able to give those answers to the residents today, I'm not just talking about the residents in the chamber, I'm talking about residents in general, the 1.3 million people, we have a problem. And in order to do that, we truly have to look towards having an independent body. It has to exist, because without it, you cannot be able to foster that level of trust. Also, I think I heard it from Shaniqua a little bit earlier on today. She talked a little bit about the fact that it's important because we all have biases. I have them, you have them, everyone has them. It's important that we don't act on them. And I think from that standpoint, I thought one of her comments was very important, is that how do we ensure that if police officers are acting on them, how do we ensure that there are repercussions for them? And how do we ensure that the police department is making sure that they have an independent review and look at this?
So
it's funny. I'm gonna shut down after this. It's funny. Last week I said, and I got into a little bit of trouble. Last week I said, and I'll say it again, that the governor of New York wanted to appoint a chief justice to ensure that that chief justice, investigated his particular situation that he's going through. Every single politician in this state uproar that they would not tolerate the governor appointing someone to investigate a situation, which he also appoints. Because no one will trust, and the governor should know this, no one will trust the outcome, because no one trusts the fact that you can investigate, or you can have someone that you appoint investigate you, so you can investigate yourself. I say the same thing about the police department, and I'm surprised that there's not enough people jumping up about this. The same thing we are saying about the governor, where every single politician I could think of jumped up and said, this can't happen, should be the same politicians that are jumping up today when we're talking about the police department policing themselves. So I think from that standpoint, it is very important and vital, and I'm going to continue to fight for it. If not for today, I will continue to fight for it when this comes up again and again. It is extremely vital that there is an independent extension entity for the police department. If not for the integrity piece, but it's important for the trust piece. That's what we're missing. The trust piece is that you have to have people that actually believe that their department and trust their department. And all the well-intentioned that can happen, 99% of the cops are good. We know the stories already. We see the stories. We see every single month the cops that come in, and we reward them for being top cops every single month. We look forward to getting back to those days where those stories are phenomenal. But all of that could be erased if people don't trust their department. And that's why I think it's so vital that we do this. And I just want to thank you again. I apologize for my audio and internet issues, but that I believe is vital. And that was my question. But if you can get that information from me, Commissioner, on the use of force,
yes, sir.
I'd appreciate it. Thank
But
you.
to answer the question in the comparison of your analogy there with the governor, the district attorney is an independent office, elected independently from this body or the county exec. The AG is an independent office elected by the people that upstate and areas throughout the state of New York. And her office is independent from the police department's office. As far as the data and going forward with it explaining the outcome, we have said in our plan that we will come forward biannually. We will, or even if the Public Safety Committee wants it more current, and we will go through each complaint. We will tell you the status of the complaint, and we will give you the outcome of the complaint when it's founded and go in detail. But outside of that, as 50A requires, outside of that, we've also agreed for the public, those who make complaints, that they will have a rolling dashboard that they can go to and get the updates and the status of their complaint. So there is independency, there is oversight, and there is also accountability and right here to all of you here at this committee.
Okay. Just to respond to the AG, I thought you had said last week, Commissioner, that the police department, in cases that would be subject to potential review by the AG, who I think will do a phenomenal job at investigating these cases, I thought that not that every case would go to the AG. I thought you had said that last week. Is that
every
still
single
the
case must be forwarded to the AG. If not, the AG has the right to hold me accountable and actually terminate me in her powers if I do not forward any investigation forward.
So say, for example, say, for example, a police officer uses a curse word, or I heard in one case, one of my constituents, as they were arresting someone, they threw him up against a gentleman's car, a gentleman that wasn't being arrested's car. And the car got dented, and that person wanted to file a complaint. Those types of things would still ratchet up to the AG?
They will be sent to the Attorney General. That's correct. We will conduct our investigation, and at the same time, it will be sent to the Attorney General. They will be entered into the early intervention system by the Attorney General that looks for 5, I think it's 5 in 2 years. Ours is 2 in and 12 months.
Okay. Because I thought I was under the impression that not all of the cases would be subject to a potential investigation by the AG. But you're saying today that every single complaint, no matter how big, no matter how big, such as a use of excessive force, versus something that is more minor in nature, such as a police officer not, disclosing or leaving his proper information. You're saying no matter what that may be the case, in every case, if a complaint is filed by one of our constituents, it would go to the AG.
So if that data was not sent up to the Attorney General, how would they ever do an early intervention program? It has to be sent.
Okay. Like I said, Commissioner, I thought I heard you say something differently last week, but if you're saying that every single complaint's going to go to the AG, that is a step in the right direction. I still believe if the CIA, Department of Justice, can all have an IG, I can't believe why Nassau County wouldn't. It's a step in the right direction. It would still foster independence, and it wouldn't be relying on an outside authority such as the state, who is going to be overseeing well over 55,000 police officers throughout this county. It still would go a step in the right direction to have it our own. I still stand proud by our IG, our IG, because I truly believe that office provides the level of independence as it pertains to contract procurement that this county needed at a very crucial time. And I still believe that our police department could serve from an IG, an independent IG, just as much. But thank you again.
Thank you.
Legislator Gaylor.
Okay. Thank you, Presiding Officer. My question is for the Commissioner. We're in a county with 3 towns, 2 cities, and I believe on last count it was 70 or 71 villages. Can you explain how the county plan interacts with each of those villages and towns? Because my understanding, each of the villages is free to adopt their own plan for reform, which they bring before their own legislative bodies and vote on that. So maybe you could talk briefly about that, and then how the county plan either supersedes, overlaps, overlays over these 71 village plans, or I'm not sure what the interaction is. And if I can get some clarification, I appreciate it.
So for the townships, it's a little different than the cities, of course, the cities of Long Beach and Glen Cove. And the townships, it's really addressed by the 18 village police departments or city police departments. We work closely with them as far as you know, crime fighting and other uses of resources in the department. We also work with them regarding the plan that was put forward here today. They created their own plans, they put them forward, and we spoke to them about mobile crisis. Mobile crisis is used by the villages. It's a county asset, so the village will reach out, the same process. Most of the villages use their own 911 operators, so they will train their operators. They will work with us to make sure that mobile crisis gets the early warning and for the dual response. But most of the times in a mental health crisis case, we don't send, this is not a knock on the volunteer fire departments at all, but we don't send the volunteer ambulances, we send a police ambulance, because the police ambulances has that additional training and things to deal with that mental crisis.
Okay, so then I guess it would be fair to assume that each of the 17 different police departments has 17 different plans that may or may not look like a county plan.
That's correct. They have similarities, and they have where we do have the overlap, like mental health, but there are other items that we don't, that's up to that individual village.
Okay, all righty. And would the county plan also provide the cover to, say, the town bay constables and maybe those public service officers that work for the town that aren't really in a police department? How are they affected by these county reforms?
So they get a joint response from us. They get the same assistance as those are independent, not law enforcement villages that have their own governance.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Commissioner,
Yes.
I have an additional question. The floor has been yielded to me. So I want to go back to the topic that you were having, the conversation you were having with Minority Leader Abrahams. I think where he's, I wouldn't say getting confused. I think the point that he was trying to make regarding the investigations by the AG was based on a conversation that we had last week. And so I went through the categories of complaints, and you stated that the AG would get complaints of excessive use of force, false arrest, improper tactics and procedures, negligent of duty, racial and ethnic bias, and unlawful conduct, unprofessional conduct. You didn't state it, list it the way I did, but you acknowledged that those things would bubble up to the AG's office.
Correct.
Once there were several incidents, 5 incidents, correct? 5?
No, so unprofessional conduct, basically, that's the blanket, right? That covers everything. That would be sent to the AG. They get sent right away.
Okay.
They're the early intervention. We're not.
Okay. So when we got to violation of department rules is where you said, no, that would not go to the AG. So I think that's the category
I understand.
that Minority Leader Abrahams was referring to. So violation of department rules are local. That's a localized issue. It doesn't bubble up to the AG.
That's correct.
Okay. So that's what he was referring to. And so, yes, there should be an independent eye on, I think, on all of these complaints. But I want to ask this question. Who is tasked with categorizing the complaint? Because if we want to categorize it as a violation of just department rules, if there was no blatant excess of use of force.
So there is a use of force committee headed up by the chief of department. As a use of force doesn't come in and say it will come in and say it's categorized as unprofessional conduct. But when the narrative is read by that, they review it and say, no, this should have been kicked up or that should have been kicked down, and that's how it's handled, along with the internal affairs inspector.
How many violations of department rules? I know you don't have it.
I can tell you this.
That's troubling to me that we can put it in.
So those 3 years that we
create the
use.
bucket, and if we just keep putting everything in as a violation of department rules, okay?
It's not. So
Okay.
2017, 2018, 2019. Those are the numbers that you've used before and the minority officers spoke about. During that same period, we took 900 days of pay from our members. Pay from our members. And you know what they're for? You lost your ID card. You didn't follow the right process on the paperwork. And all of these stem from an investigation of a he said, she said, but when we start looking into the paperwork and everything else, there's mistakes. And that's how much we've held them accountable, on top of the fact that we suspended numerous and fired several. So it's not the oversight on this police department, and these very professional individuals that sit to my right down here, they take it very serious, because that standard, the actions of one officer can destroy a whole police department, and we know that. And we are on top of that, and we investigate it. And yes, they may not come back as unprofessional all the time or excessive force all the time. But there's a reason why. And if we broke down every single case, and as I said, I will come forward and do that every 6 months and show you exactly how we judge our officers. I'll show you video. I'll show it all to you. And it'll give you an example of the way we investigate and how thorough. You heard Jed Painter say it himself here from the DA. It is the most thorough investigation that he ever gets across his desk is what comes out of the Internal Affairs Office. We go to great lengths to show either our officer, if he's wrong, we're showing him wrong. If he's right, we show he's right. Because if he's wrong, those challenges then come. And I have to go to that Article 78 to terminate him, but I got to make sure I'm right. And because of that investigation, that's how we get there.
Okay, so, I'm just going to echo the sentiments of the minority leader on this particular issue, because we have to restore trust. Thousands of people marched. There's a lack of trust, right? And so I sit here as an aunt to 5 5 nephews who routinely tell me about how they feel when they engage with police. And they're nervous, they're scared, they're intimidated. And I hear it from my district residents. And to have these categories of complaints that are then, internally, they're put into buckets, right, and put into certain categories, and not have some level of accountability created through having a third party play a role in that. I think it's a terrible practice. And I understand that you state that other entities are reviewed by their peers, but when a police officer gets it wrong and it's bad, or they go rogue, or there's a problem that's not identified with that officer, it could lead to death. Okay, and that in itself is a crime if we don't do what's right in this very moment. I think when you talk about one officer can ruin a department, I think Derek Chauvin ruined the way departments are viewed right now across this country. I would actually say, I'd go further and probably say it's a worldwide issue. We watched this man's life get taken with a knee on his neck. And we can't proceed as business as usual. We just can't. So this is the time to make sure that something like this does not happen here in Nassau County. This is a preventative motion. This is not punitive. It's preventative. We're trying to prevent something like that happening here. And I think having this third party, this independent review of how our officers are evaluated during these complaints is single-handedly the most important part of accountability. We cannot hang our hats solely on body cameras. It just can't be. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to the amendments. What we have is, first, we have an amendment in the nature of substitution, which is the amendments we had proposed that were incorporated into the county executive plan. I know that the minority has amendments. We'll consider this first, and then obviously the minority can make their amendments as well. So with respect to clerk item 64, 2021, we have an amendment in the nature of the substitution. The amendments have been incorporated into the county executive plan as additional backup to the items that we are now considering. We need an amendment moved by Legislator Ford, seconded by Legislator Schaefer. In terms of the amendment that's been, again, already incorporated into the county executive's plan, does anyone have any debate or discussion on those amendments? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, that amendment passes unanimously. Now, to the members of the minority, do you have amendments that you're going to propose today? Thank you, Mr. Salah. Could you talk to some people about that?
Yes, presiding officer, many reasonable remarks were made here today by many persons who, again, I thank them for coming here today. Reasonable amendments, and some amendments were considered that were in existence for a short amount of time than these other amendments that we've been considering for a very long time, and they have not yet been offered or accepted. So I would offer a number of these amendments that I've received, specifically the amendments with respect to the CCRB and the IG, language access, traffic stops, the Staff Act. So respectfully, Your Honor, there is an amendment to Nassau County Police Reform. I would like to offer these.
Thank you, Legislator Szilagyi. Well, unfortunately, they would not be timely for today. However, I'll say that those amendments, for the most part, are not new. I mean, they've what they've done is break out many of the proposals that were in the People's Plan, which was submitted to us. So we've really had those proposals for weeks now. So it's not really, I mean,
Presiding
they're not really
officer, respectfully.
they're not really separate amendments. They could have been made weeks ago, but we chose not to.
Respectfully, presiding officer, since April 1st is 9 days away, excuse me, more than today's the 22nd, April 1st would be about, what, 9, 10 days away? Respectfully, Your Honor, with respect to the 7-day rule, I would then make a motion to table these hearings so that we can have these amendments considered.
All right, Legislator Solaz makes
I second it.
motion to table and a seconded by Legislator Bino. All in favor of the motion to table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. All opposed? Nay. Now, let me just understand it. Was it all members of the minority voting aye? Okay.
Record me as a yes, presiding officer.
Okay.
Yes to table.
Yeah, okay.
Bonnie.
So the motion to table fails
Me
by a
too.
vote of 11 to 8.
No.
Right. There's 11 votes against 11 votes against tabling, 4 votes for it. So the matter is still before us.
Presiding officer,
Yes, sir.
I make a motion to appeal and to ask you to please reconsider your.
That gets appealed to me, you know. So we
have enough time to do so. What would be the harm? I mean, we have thousands of persons. We have mothers, fathers who are worried about their black sons, and we have again, like the minority leader said, we have a sizable amount of our population that we at least need to consider the impact that these amendments would have upon their lives. And yes, it's important to discipline individuals for missing their ID card, but it's important also to discipline individuals for misconduct based on racial lines, yet the department doesn't have any information about that. So respectfully, and I find that's not likely, I ask that we make, again, to consider this motion to table. We have nothing to lose here, and we have enough time before April 1st. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And I think
Oh, thank you. The amendments that are proposed are not, Susan Goddard, thank you. The amendments that are proposed are not exactly what you think. They are in response to the ones that were accepted from the Republican side. They're different. So I would ask you, before you characterize them as the same thing that's in the People's Plan, have you read them?
I didn't say I didn't say they were the same. I said for the most part, and some in substance, it's the same theme that was in the People's Plan,
Okay,
which I will admit was a
I'm
very
asking that you
professional
please
stuff.
read them, because they've been adapted since the Republicans' amendments have been put in.
I think we know that we have the understanding of the gist of what's being proposed, and the big ones, obviously, the Civilian Complaint Review Board and the Inspector General, which you've been aware of.
So then you haven't read them, is that correct?
I mean, you just handed to us. But
Right,
we
that's
understand. We understand, based on the comments that were made during the hour-long discussion, the gist of those amendments. And for the most part, they were what the themes and proposals of the People's Plan. So we're ready to go ahead and vote on the police reform plan today.
As per the county charter, I make a motion specifically to the legislators Denise Ford to reconsider, please.
You're saying Legislator Ford has the ability to do what?
To reconsider the motion.
No, actually, to make a motion to reconsider, you have to be on the prevailing side of an item. Since the motion to table was defeated, you're not on the prevailing side, so only one of the 11 of us can make a motion to reconsider.
I appeal to my colleague from Long Beach, Legislator Denise Ford, who conducted a very fair hearing in which she took the time to listen to everyone's concerns. And so I know she can do that for about 7 more days. So to the honorable gentlewoman from Long Beach, may you please reconsider.
You want to?
Thank you very much, Legislator Solage. This whole issue does give me a reason to pause and think there's a lot of information that we've received from both sides of the aisle, both sides of this issue. if my vote would have made a difference, but it wouldn't because it still has the majority, not to proceed with the table. But my commitment to everybody here is that it is an important issue. It really and truly is. And it strikes deep into the heart of all our communities, you know, whether or not you're a resident of color, with our police departments, with our police officers. And I think the most important thing is that we keep an open mind and we make sure that we do our follow-up. We don't let this slip by us, that whether or not, you know, and so many people did express, and especially a minority leader, with our biases, you know, we have to move beyond it. And we have to take a look at to see what are we doing with ourselves. And we need to make a better community. We need to make better communities for everybody. And if we're failing in that, we need to know. You know, for me, I think, and I'm not going to belabor this because I know there's a vote that needs to be taken. But when we look, we have to take a look at everything that we're doing. And you know, for me, some of the amendments that have been given in as to regard, like the STAT Act, the Full Act, working especially with our mental health units. We're making these changes, subtle as they may be, and maybe they're small steps. But I believe that they're steps forward, so be it, all right? There are some things I'd like to see amended even further than what we've done so far. You know, so I think that this is going to be an ongoing discussion. And, you know, perhaps maybe today we'll pass the reform plan to be sent up to Albany to make sure that we comply with the governor's orders. But this is not over, and it won't be over. But I thank you.
All right, we're going to go to the vote, but before that, I'm going to offer legislators an opportunity to have a statement. So, anyone who's interested, please, you know, speak your mind, and just let me know who's going first. Anyone on the minority want to add anything? I know Legislator Drucker and Legislator Bino. Oh, who else? Okay, I'll carry it.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I don't think any of us here on the legislature can deny the fact that we are living in transformative times, and we have reached a tipping point in this country on so many levels. The governor's executive order imposed a deadline to come up with a reform plan that addresses the injustice and inequity that systemically and institutionally exist in our state and in our county. Although the process of formulating this plan was supposed to be an amalgam of collaboration and contribution from all stakeholders, resulting in one comprehensive plan, we instead received two plans, while we as legislators were forced to consider and meld together expeditiously. After incorporating some important components of the People's Plan and after accepting the suggested amendments of this legislature, we now have a final plan that incorporates many of the ideals and goals that we all envision for a better, safer, and more equitable police force. A plan which seeks not only to protect our residents, but also seeks to protect and support our officers. As it has been said many times over the past couple of months, our work is not done today. As Commissioner Ryder has said, the county plan is a living, breathing, and adaptable document, and I fully expect to partner with him in holding to this commitment. I pledge to be a partner in this ongoing and enduring process for as long as I'm around. We will need to continually evaluate changes to determine what is working and what isn't, and to implement additional measures in the future. Today we begin to rewrite history. As a starting point, not as a destination, I vote today in support of the county's plan.
Thank you, Legislator Drucker. Legislator Bino.
When I joined this legislature back in 2014, a very unfortunate incident was caught on film from a store. And it was an incomplete story because of the distance from the store to the encounter with police and a local resident. It was then that I started out on a quest to get every police officer equipped with a body camera. That was in 2014. Here we are in 2021 and we still don't have body cameras. I do see some hope with body cameras on the horizon, given the commitment of the county executive and the fact that she's at the bargaining table with the union, with the PBA. I'm happy to see that it's included in this reform plan. I'm also happy to see that some of the work that legislator Lafazan and I partnered on in 2020 is also included in this plan by way of the mental health component. And I thank Commissioner Ryder and Commissioner McCummings for their work. And I also thank the authors of the People Plan because they enhanced that discussion. But ultimately, it's just not enough. It doesn't go far enough. It lacks accountability to the extent that there is no third party, no independent review of complaints. And for that reason, I am going to vote no on this plan.
Legislator Szilagyi.
The fact that there is no CCRB, the fact that there is no Inspector General, no oversight, no data collection bill, no Right to Know Act, no STAT Act. The plan does not address the tragedy of 5.31 black males being arrested for every one black male in Nassau County. Many speakers here today, and I thank the people who are part of the People's Plan and also the administration for presenting two different views or visions. Nevertheless, this body has an obligation as a legislative body to create laws, not policy or signing on to policy, but to create laws that would require individuals who work for the state, local police, to provide, for example, the reason for the stop or their name or their badge number. But unfortunately, this body has failed to provide that legislation. It is for these reasons that this plan proposed falls far short of any expectation of accountability and transparency that we need here in Nassau County. If the police department is willing to earn the community's trust, then these reasonable amendments would have at least been honored. For these reasons, I am not voting in favor of this plan. Thank you.
Legislator Muley.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Last Memorial Day, George Floyd was murdered before the world's eyes at the hands of the very people who were sworn to protect and serve the public. This is not the first time that this has happened, and unfortunately, it will likely not be the last. Say Their Name became a rallying cry across the country. However, from this tragedy, an opportunity presented itself: police reform. What can be done to make sure that communities of color feel that policing works as well for them as it does for the white members of society? The governor sent that opportunity to the local governments who oversee their police departments with the mandate to create a plan around that concept. So here we are today to vote on the plan being presented to the legislature by the county administration. I can honestly say that I have spent more time on this subject by far than any other legislation presented during the time I have been a member of this body. I believe it is crucial to get this right. At the same time, I know that no plan will make everyone satisfied or will be considered perfect. So here are the factors I've considered in taking my position on this legislation. First, I was unhappy to find out that the original plan was written without the assistance of the very groups that were assembled by the county to formulate said plan. In my opinion, this was an unnecessary shot in the foot for this process. It created a tremendous amount of ill will and mistrust. On the plus side, as a result, the People's Plan was created, which provided us with a well-researched, data-driven plan for moving forward. I am pleased to see that the county has incorporated many of the ideas into their plan. These include greater use of mobile crisis team for mental health calls, improving the 911 system, the collection of data, regular and transparent reporting of data, community surveys, body cameras, increased and improved anti-bias training, improved recruiting and retention of minority candidates for the Nassau County Police Force, and language access. Now, the plan doesn't necessarily align one-to-one, but they are similar enough to make me feel comfortable with them. The differences, as I see them, are in the areas of the CCRB, the Inspector General, and the SROs. With regards to the SROs, as a former school board member, I am not in favor of the concept. However, in speaking with my districts, I have found that there are differences in the definition of an SRO. My understanding is that this means a police officer is embedded in the school building, and I believe that that is the definition used by the People's Plan. According to the superintendents in my district, it means they have the cell phone number of the pop cop and therefore quick access to the police should the need arise. And so I'm comfortable with keeping SROs, providing this is the definition. The discipline of children should remain with the schools. The CCRB and the Inspector General are not in the county plan, and I wish they were. However, the recently enacted state laws empowering the state attorney general to handle complaints of misconduct by the police, combined with increased legislative oversight on our part, is a step in the right direction for accountability and transparency. Before us today is the county's police reform plan. I've heard from many people on this issue who have urged me to both vote yes and no. I plan to vote yes for the county plan. It is not perfect, but it addresses enough of the fundamental ideas of EO 203 to tip it in the affirmative direction. The commissioner has stated on the record that this is a living document and can be revised as needed. I strongly ask that this body do its due diligence to follow up on the newly collected data within the next few months and on a regular basis forever after to make sure this plan accomplishes what it needs to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Minority Leader Abrahams.
Come on, if it's okay, I'm going to call him. Can I just say
Thank you,
something?
Presiding Officer. I don't. Can you guys hear me?
I'm going to call you, Kavan.
So far, so good.
Yeah, I thank you, Delia. I think it's all right. Delia's been my my translator in this process with my horrible internet service. But I apologize to the folks in the chamber again. Look, I just want to continue to reemphasize that I obviously, as we all can see, I can see the way this vote's going to go today, and I respect each of my colleagues' position, and I don't want to dismiss what the county's been able to accomplish in terms of putting together this plan and demonstrating the hard work that's necessary to not only put together this plan, but then to also go forward. However, I will say that hard work is not going to be determined by the amount of pages you put into a plan. I saw Suffolk did 1,000 pages. I see that, obviously People's Plan did 300 and the county did, whatever amount they did. But ultimately, hard work is going to be determined by how many people actually believe that this police department, and they trust the police department. And that hard work is going to take a lot more time. It's not going to be done overnight. It can't be done in a year. We got a lot more work to do. And because the results may not go in the direction I would want and believe it should go, I still believe and still remain committed towards putting in the work to be able to continue to foster the trust and the understanding. I said it before, and I'll say it again. We got a lot of work towards building the trust. And obviously, the thing that we're not talking about today is we have to have the ability to have the very difficult discussions. Those discussions, unfortunately, need to happen. They need to happen between police and community, legislators and administrators, police commissioners and county executives and county executives. We have to have a very difficult discussion regarding race if we're ever going to move forward. And it has to be an understanding that both sides are willing to agree. I truly believe that we've missed that opportunity since the death of George Floyd. But it doesn't mean that we can't be able to move forward from this point. It would be very easy for each and everybody that didn't get their way or some that did get their way to be able to go in their respective corners and forget this ever happened. Or it would be very easy to go into our respective spots and on one side just choose to protest without debate and no discussion, and at the same time to sit on one side, another side, and to be able to say we got our plan and we're good to go. I still encourage us all, because as I said before, nothing will get done without the possibility that every single person in this county believes in their police department. We still have the work to do so that that trust can be generated. As I said before, whether it's CCRB or an inspector general, independent inspector general, both being absent, as well as all the things that we wrote in our letter being absent from this plan, I unfortunately will have to vote no to this plan. Thank you.
Legislator Reggie Whitten.
Thank you. I want to mention also that in any negotiation, there's no side walks away completely happy, but I do think that a number of the steps here will make this process a more fair process, a more open process. And I want to say something. I have a little bit of an insight into the police occupation. I was married to a police officer for a long time, and I just want all of you here to understand that we need you more than ever to be there and to be the good representative of how many there actually are of you that try to do the right thing every day when you get up and you get dressed and you leave your family. Yes, there have been a few bad apples, I know that, and yes, some steps have to be made to ensure that those people are given the correct help and they are held accountable, and I think everyone in this room agrees that that's the case. But I don't want you to think that we're condemning you for all your actions. I know there's a lot of good that happens every day, and I hope that, you know, as legislators, we're supposed to represent our communities, and I think that we all do that. But I don't want you to feel that we're going against you either, because we need you to help protect our communities also, which is what you have done. And in my impression, you've done it quite well over all the time I've been here. So again, I thank you for being open to criticism. It's never easy. I know politicians are criticized quite often, and no matter what, I take it to heart, even if it doesn't apply to me sometimes. But please continue to be the good example that we need to have the trust that we have in Nassau County. And please know that we're here for you as well as our communities. So thank you.
Legislator Birnbaum.
I'll be brief. We've heard a lot of testimony, and it's clear that hours upon hours of hard work went into developing a plan. It was mandated that we had to come up with something, approve a plan by April 1st. Yes, we could go on with this process for weeks, months, and keep improving it. So at our meeting today, we have to form a conclusion. We must vote on it. And after listening to everybody and reading volumes of paper, seeing all the improvements that could possibly be made, I feel a lot of good has come into this plan. A lot of good amendments, a lot of hard work, definitely. On behalf of our police department, I know you've spent so much time speaking to community groups, interfacing, whether by the virtual means you've had to do in the last couple of months, before that going out into communities, talking to people. and I know the People's Plan, everybody sat down and really did a thorough examination of how we could improve Nassau County's police. We compared our police to police all around the country. And there are a lot of good ideas. But I feel today the plan in front of us with the amendments is a great starting point. Yes, we can make changes moving forward, and we will. And I don't think any of us will forget that it is our job, especially the members of the Public Safety Committee, to hear the data, and we will be hearing it. And I'm happy that now we are moving forward into a time where we'll have more information than ever, whether it's the GPS, the body cams, and we'll be able to make informed decisions on how to proceed. So with that being said, I will support the plan today.
Legislator Rhodes.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer, and I want to thank everyone that's been a part of this process and will continue to be a part of the process moving forward. You know, I think that the tragedy that happened to George Floyd and what's occurred since then has really given us an opportunity for a lot of self-reflection. I think that's what the governor's executive order was ultimately about, to make sure that we went through this process and gave a vehicle so that all sides can feel invested, because, you know, we talk about all sides, but it's really not all sides. We're all kind of supposed to be one. And trying to make sure that all of Nassau County citizens feel invested in the process, trying to make sure that all of Nassau County citizens feel invested in the county, and that we're all working towards the best interest of each other is sort of the ultimate goal for all of us. I share Legislator Drucker's disappointment in the sense that you know, I wish that there had been maybe a little more collaboration early on in the process, but at least I'm happy that we here at the legislature had the opportunity to sit down, not as Republicans and Democrats, but as members of the Nassau County Legislature representing all of the citizens of Nassau County, all 1.4 million through our 19 districts, to listen to what was presented by the administration, to listen to what was presented as part of the People's Plan and some of the ideas that came up from members, our own members in the legislature, and suggestions that we had from members of the community, and put together a plan that makes progress. And we were all ultimately saying the same thing, which is that there's still continued work to be done. And I think that we recognize that. And I think that what you're hearing from both sides of the aisle is the continued commitment to making sure that we're moving forward towards that goal of a Nassau County where all feel included and where we're all kept safe. But I want to say that the plan that ultimately is going to come out of today is a plan that may not accomplish everything that everyone was looking for. That is a part of differing opinions, but it's also a plan that is a work in progress. You know, we're up against a hard deadline of April 1st where something has to be in place. There are questions that have been asked that even today that we simply don't have the answers to. But I think we may be providing some of the tools that we need to get to achieve those answers, and in the future we will be having continued conversations to move this plan and some various components to it forward as we learn more and as we continue to evaluate. But I just want to say thank you to both the presiding officer and to Minority Leader Abrams, who have, I know, worked tremendously hard in making sure that we had the opportunity to be able to hear all of the arguments. And I want to thank both the police commissioner and the police department for their hard work in putting together the plan that was presented to us from the administration. And I also want to thank the members, I guess Mr. Brewington and the members of the various organizations that put together the People's Plan for giving us so much to think about. You know, but again, this isn't a conversation that ends today. but we do want to make sure that we put in the bank the progress that we've made to this point by advancing a plan in compliance with the April 1st deadline as we look towards the future and moving that forward. So, you know, I guess in an awful lot of words, I've sort of said the same thing that everybody else is saying, but I guess that's usually the case. Thank you.
I would just add that this legislative body, in particular the Public Safety Committee, has done its due diligence. Before today, there were over 15 hours of hearings. We've had meetings with stakeholders. We've spent hours poring over the various plans and documents. And in my judgment, the amended reform plan is responsive to the requirements of Executive Order 203. In particular, I appreciate and was impressed by the fact that this plan changed. In particular, in response to the People's Plan, many of those suggestions were incorporated. And when suggestions were not incorporated, there was an explanation as to why it wasn't recommended. Now, there are certain things we are going to completely disagree over. And one of those things is that I reject that the Nassau County Police Department is a racist institution. What is an institution? It's people. And over the years, we've had interactions, obviously, with the commissioner, with chiefs, with inspectors, down to POP offices, with the top cops and with their families, with the representatives of the collective bargaining organizations. And all of them obviously know who we are, and there's that level. But you know, when we're in the communities, officers don't know who we are. So we interact as well with your line officers all the time. They have no idea that most of us are in the legislature. But those interactions have been uniformly good. The people who are working for this department, the cops, are hardworking, dedicated, courageous. I mean, it was only a few months ago, a year ago, we were all sheltering in our homes, and the police were out in the streets answering calls. So that's not lost on us. So this is not a racist institution. The bottom line is the Nassau County Police Department has been tremendously successful. We have the lowest crime rate in a generation, a crime rate that equals what we had in the 60s. Our neighborhoods are by and large safe, but we do have continuing threats, and we need to focus on those threats and make sure that our department going forward continues to be able to meet the rising challenges of drugs, gang violence, the more sophisticated crime of the 21st century. This plan embraces reform in recruitment, training, data collection, response to behavioral situations, and many more other areas, but does not erode the effectiveness of the Nassau County Police Department. Just as important, the department must continue to update us. Biannual reporting, a report on body cameras within 6 months, a report on recruitment within 6 months. So the process is ongoing. So for all those reasons, I support this plan and tend to vote aye. I also would echo Legislator Rhodes' thanks to the Commissioner, his staff, to Mr. Brewington, who was a gentleman throughout, and especially to my colleague, Denise Ford, Chair of the Public Safety Committee, put tremendous time and effort into this, and I think you did a fabulous job. So, any other comments or suggestions? Hearing none, let's vote on the item. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay.
All right, so is that 3? Okay. So the police reform plan passes by a vote of 16 to 3. And I want to thank you all for coming, and maybe we'll take a break now for 10 minutes. All right, I'm going to call the legislature back into session. Let's see if we got everyone here. It appears that I neglected to call several items on the consent calendar, and I'll call them now. Item 27, Resolution 34. Item 28, Resolution 35. Item 29, Resolution 36. Item 30, Resolution 37. Item 31, Resolution 38. Item 32, Resolution 39. Moved by legislator Drucker, seconded by legislator Kennedy. Again, those are consent items. It's been agreed that there will be no further debate or discussion. All in favor of those items signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? They carry unanimously. Now we have a couple of items on an emergency agenda. I think we need to establish the emergency first. Correct? Do we have? We do it. Okay. All right. So we do the hearing first, then the emergency. Clerk, item 33 of 2021. It's a resolution consenting to the set-aside by the rector, wardens, and vestry of Grace Episcopal Church, a.k.a. Grace Episcopal Church, of certain land for cemetery purposes. 34, 2021 is a resolution consenting to the acquisition and use by the Nassau Knoll Cemetery Association, Inc., of certain land for cemetery purposes. Motion to open the hearing by Legislator DeReggie Whitten, seconded by Legislator Bino. All in favor of opening the hearing signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Hearing's open. I don't know that we need.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. My name is Mike Ingham from the firm of Carmen, Callahan, and Ingham, 266 Main Street, Farmingdale, New York, and I represent the Grace Episcopal Church in this application. With me here today is Reverend Hillebrand, who can also speak to the application. We especially thank Legislator Kennedy for proposing our application. It's a fairly straightforward application. The Grace Episcopal Church was founded back in 1844, a long time ago. They originally had their church and their cemetery on the north side of Merrick Road. They required about 6.5 acres directly south of the original church on the south side of Merrick Road. At this time, the old cemetery is completely full. So the application under Real Property Law 451 is to set aside a portion of the south side property for new cemetery use. We have gone through the application process. We certainly put our notice of hearing in Newsday for 6 weeks. The affidavit of posting was filed. I must say for the record that Mr. Estuni and Mr. Klein were extremely helpful in this process, and Mr. Lemoyne was also very helpful as well. If there's any questions from the legislature, we'd be certainly pleased to entertain them now.
Are there any questions? No, hearing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you, members of the legislature, and thank you, Mr. Estuni, Mr. Klein, and especially Legislator Kennedy. Thank you very much.
A motion to close the hearing by Legislator Bino, seconded by Legislator DeReggie Whitten. All in favor of closing the hearing signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. The hearing is closed. Now we have to establish an emergency for voting on the items. So Legislator Kennedy makes a motion to establish emergency. Legislator McKevitt makes a motion to a second to that motion to establish an emergency with respect to items 33 of 2021 and 34 of 2021. All in favor of establishing the emergency signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. Emergency is established. Now we can vote on the resolutions. 33, 2021, and 34, 2021. Moved by Legislator Birnbaum, seconded by Legislator Ferretti. Any debate or discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Carries unanimously. So those resolutions are passed. We have to go to the several items that is on the calendar. We're actually going to go to item 3 first. That's a vote on a proposed local law. It's a local law to amend Chapter 12 of the Nassau County Administrative Code in relation to Department of Public Works approval of building permits and curb cuts pursuant to Section 239F of the New York State General Municipal Law. Moved by Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell, seconded by Legislator Rhodes. So that's now before us. You want to speak, Kevin? Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. This local law was precipitated by the fact that historically the 239F, which is required for all developers who want to build anything on a property that adjoins any county-owned property, the county gets the right to certain approvals for any such construction plans. Now, under New York State law, the county is given 10 days, literally 10 days to approve or disapprove, after which time the county would lose the right to object to any aspect of the plan, and the other relevant municipality would be able to go ahead and issue an approval if it otherwise complied with the municipality building code. In practice, however, the approval or disapproval by the county, comments by the county, always went beyond 10 days and sometimes went into months and even years. Without going into why that happened, I would simply note that this has been a problem for the simple reason that it costs a fortune. It costs developers a fortune because they're paying interest. They're paying interest on dead property. It can't be used, dead money. They've borrowed money to buy the property. They've hired architects and engineers and so forth, and that property is just sitting there. It loses money for the county and for the people, for school districts, the other municipalities, because once a new property is developed and constructed, it is taxed accordingly. It's almost always many times the amount that it had been taxed as vacant land or as an old decrepit property. So there's been a blue ribbon panel that the administration established to try to go ahead and streamline this process in recognition of the problem. And they've done a wonderful job. They've come up with many very good solutions, many of which have already been implemented and some of which are being implemented. This local law does not impact on those. Those proposals will go ahead, and it's up to the administration to go ahead and implement them. All that this local law does is codify the amount of time within which these procedures have to go forward and conclude. So, in essence, what it says is that there's essentially a 30-day period after an application within which the Department of Public Works has to go ahead and approve or disapprove, submit comments for this property, for the development. After the 30 days, if it hasn't been done, the fees that have been paid to the department would decrease by 25%. Another 25% every 10 days thereafter, so that after a 2-month period, when the fees that have been paid reach zero, the application would automatically be deemed approved by the DPW, and the other municipality would be able to go ahead, and this is provided that a licensed architect or engineer certifies that the development plans otherwise meet all requirements of the law. Now, there are some additional provisions here, and I'm not going to go through all of them, but there was one with which some people have gotten a little bit confused, so I want to clarify it. And that is that in certain instances, the DPW can request a meeting with the applicant to clarify what it is that the plans indicate. What happens in that case is that if the DPW asks for such a meeting and specifies a date, from that date on, if the applicant is unable to meet on that date, the days from the date specified by DPW until the applicant does actually meet with DPW will toll the time period within which DPW has to act. So that, just for example, if DPW submits a request on day 7 for a meeting on day 10, and the applicant is unable to meet on day 10 and is unable to meet until day 20, the DPW would have the 30-day period extended by 10 days. And I think that if this is passed, and I recommend to all my colleagues that we do go ahead and pass it, it's good for our constituents, and it's good for the county. It's just plain good government to make sure that these things move along smoothly. And if anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to respond.
Any comments or questions? No. Legislator Birnbaum.
Yes, thank you. I sat on that blue ribbon panel, as did Legislator Schaefer, and we spent many hours discussing how to improve upon the process. When I last asked for this, well, I guess it was a motion to table legislation that was a little bit different than the one you're proposing today, but I was waiting to hear from the Commissioner of DPW to see what changes had been implemented. Is there anybody here today?
Well, let me just tell you even before that we've engaged in discussions with DPW, and they've given us some suggestions, and we've tried to incorporate them as best we can. So it is my belief, and I'm not going to put words into anyone else's mouth, of course, but I believe that we've met their objections and their comments, and for that reason we're going to offer an amended law, which in the nature of amendment, in the nature of a substitution for the original one that we tabled. We tabled it for that reason, and we have amended it.
So again, I will ask, is there anybody here today from DPW who could speak to us about this?
Yes, this is Ken Arnold, Commissioner of Public Works.
Okay, so could you tell us your opinion of this piece of legislation, and could you also fill us in on what changes have been implemented since we last spoke?
Sure. Thank you, Legislator. So, as Legislator Coppell mentioned, this legislation we did discuss, and as it's currently written, it gives the department 30 days to review each plan submittal and either approve or reject, awaiting, if it was rejected, another set of plans, and we would again have 30 days to review. It does incorporate, which is important, the ability to have meetings and ask for additional information from the applicants to help resolve these in a more timely manner. Because we know one of the biggest reasons why plans take so long is because the applicants have trouble sometimes understanding what we require, and looking to eliminate a loop of where we don't get what we need from the applicant in plan submittals. Those are the law. The biggest change was allowing meetings and polling during that process.
Could you tell us how many plans have been submitted that have taken longer than 30 days? How have you been doing in the last several months or within the last year in this time period?
Sure. So when this item was first submitted, we went back and looked at our timing, and since that point, we've been turning around our plan reviews in a 30-day period. That is doing that without a fully implemented program. I say not fully implemented. There are 2 items that are still outstanding for us to take care of. One is which is hiring the second engineer, which we have interviews set up currently, and we have an applicant that we're talking to. And the second is going totally electronic plan reviews. That's going to be initiated April 1st. We have the last of the computers being put together for that the goal of plan reviews electronically. It submittals electronically.
Have you received the new large screens that you said you were had ordered and were waiting to receive in order to use the new program?
Half the team has them. Half the team is waiting for them. That's the last thing we need to get done for April 1st.
So I just want to know, in your opinion, is this piece of legislation necessary, or is it moot because you have been doing everything in 30 days or less?
As you remember, legislative, the panel was looking for us to do things in a 30-day turnaround. I believe with the current staffing and the additional staffing, we will continue to do the 30-day turnaround that we have been doing. There's always the challenge of not getting complete plan sets. Hopefully the meetings will help expedite that, but I am comfortable in saying that receiving plan sets, we can get comments or rejections or approvals within 30 days of each submittal.
I would add, by the way, to just in response to your question as to whether it's moot, is that right now we're lucky to have a very dedicated and hardworking and responsive Commissioner of DPW in Ken. We've had quite a few years of experience. We might not always be so lucky. Things do tend to deteriorate over time.
Except that we do hear he's intending to hire 1 additional person and receive
that's all wonderful,
screens,
but as I
which will
say,
make the electronic process speed things up. In your opinion, will that help to improve your system right now? If you had an additional person and receiving more screens, would that even help the process move along more smoothly?
Like I said, we've been in a COVID emergency, so plan set reviews are down slightly. That's why I'm very concerned about getting the second person on board, because we know at some point the pace will pick up again. Also gives me redundancy. I mean, right now I've been running 30-day reviews, but everybody's in doing the work. If I have a vacation or illness, the second person helps me have a backstand to get that done. So I would say, getting things quicker than 30 days could happen on occasion, but 30 days is the department's goal to keep turning around our plan sets.
I'm just wondering, Commissioner, did COVID change the way you do things? So rather than, of course, having one-on-one meetings, you learned to do things virtually?
Yes, the department was transformed by COVID, where we've eliminated almost all our paper. I mean, everything's electronic now, submittals, letters, complaints. We get very little paper, and the plan set review for 239 will help the department move not only towards that review being paperless, but all our reviews with our consultants and projects going paperless.
So with that being said, I think we should withdraw this resolution. I don't really see why we even need it if the commissioner of the department is testifying that he's meeting this and things seem to be getting better.
I think I've responded to that. This certainly doesn't hurt. The department says it can meet the law. The law has been widely, I won't say disregarded, but it certainly hasn't. The state law has not been complied with in the past, and this does provide a requirement as to how the county is going to respond in the future, and. Neither Ken nor all of the, it's safe to say that neither Ken Arnold nor all of his employees are going to be there forever. And things do change, and this is there to ensure that it does get done correctly.
I hear what you're saying, but I think it really is not the job of the legislature to micromanage the departments, and I think we could say that about any department. If you don't return a call within 10 days, if you don't respond to a letter within 20 days, there's a lot of decisions to be made by departments, and
well, we can disagree on this. It's okay.
Legislator Schaefer.
Thank you. So yes, as Legislator Birnbaum said, I was a part of the panel too, and I really do believe that, very good work was done. I thank you, Commissioner, certainly for all of your help and input with that, because, as you said, things are moving forward, and very good ideas came out of putting this panel together and having very open discussions. So I just have a couple of questions for you, Commissioner. Number one, with regard to hiring that other person, do you have any kind of timeline, or when are you looking to make that hire?
The what we call PRFs to get approved by OMB. We are in discussions with them right now. They understand the urgency of getting it done. We have a candidate lined up. I just have to make sure she meets all our requirements with civil service, so that has to be reviewed. If those two things go well, I would hope to have this candidate sometime in May.
Okay. Thank you. And then my other question, as to the component that requires applicants that have 40,000 square foot or larger project to meet with you, what percentage of the projects that you have or that you've seen come through the county tend to be of that, that 40,000 square feet or larger?
It's a small percentage, but it's a percentage that is very complicated and detailed, and usually get into signals and other items that require extensive reviews.
Okay.
So that's why that's very helpful in this process.
Would you say that's the number, 40,000 square feet, that leads to a more complicated review, as you put it, or is there a different number that you think would work better?
That's the number that I talked to my planning group about, and they came back and said that would be the number that we would expect to have this conversation.
Okay. Thank you.
Presiding officer.
Oh, Legislator Birnbaum.
Hearing that an additional personnel will be hired in May, I would like to make a motion to table this and examine the numbers. Let's have some data presented to us maybe in June and see if it's drastically down to 15 days even, or way under 30 and there are no cases above 30. I think we could re-examine it, but I'd like to make a motion at this time to table this.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Motion to table. All in favor of the motion to table, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposing the motion to table, signify by saying nay. All right. The motion to table fails by a vote of 11 to 8.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Oh, me. I'm sorry, I don't have the legislation right in front of me. I just have the general information. But is it supposed to be implemented right away?
There's no date put in there. There's no date in there. But the department, by the way, the 40,000 square foot thing, that entire provision was as requested by the department. That was not in the original submission.
Actually, the effective date is 60 days after its adoption.
60 days.
Oh, okay.
And the department says that it's meeting the requirements now.
Right. Okay, so 60 days. That takes us into May anyway.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Any other debate or discussion? Okay, I think we need an amendment in the nature of a substitution. Amendment will clarify the DPW's time limit to review applications after requested information is received. It tolls the initial time period for the number of business days applicant is unable or refuses to a meeting requested by the commissioner, and it requires the applicants with a 40,000 square foot or larger project to meet with the commissioner prior to submitting a building permit, and allows parties to agree to a different timeline, re-requesting information and issuing comments. Motion by Legislator Coppell, seconded by Legislator Ford. Any debate or discussion on the amendments? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed?
Nay.
Okay. So the amendment passes by a vote of 11 to 8. Okay. So we have 11 votes positive. Okay. Arnold's, so it's 14 to 5, with the majority, as well as legislators Bino, DeVigi, Witten, and Drucker voting in the affirmative, the amendment. So now we have the item as amended. All in favor of the item as amended signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Okay, so I believe it again passes by a vote of 14 to 5, correct? Yes. Same individual. Okay. So we'll go back to item 1. It's a local law to amend section 1602 of the Nassau County Government Law of Nassau County in relation to notification of meetings and agendas for the Planning Commission. Who was that? Oh, Legislator Walker, seconded by Legislator Kennedy. To open the hearing, all in favor of opening the hearing signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. This legislation is the result of a compromise between the administration and the majority. We had adopted legislation back in December that was vetoed by the county executive. After negotiations, it was agreed that that legislation would, with amendments, would be reintroduced. So that what's new here is that in the case of a proposed zoning or planning action as referred to the Planning Commission for a recommendation pursuant to Section 239F, less than 1 week in advance of a scheduled meeting, the Planning Commission must post an addendum to the agenda, including the item on the official website, as soon as practical after the referral is received. Otherwise, it's required that the publication be 7 days prior to the meeting. There's also a new provision with respect to individuals who may request to be included on a standing distribution list for agendas. Any debate or discussion on this matter? Hearing none, need a motion to close the hearing. Moved by Legislator Walker, seconded by Legislator Schaefer. All in favor of closing the hearing signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. Hearing is closed. We move to item 4 for a vote. It's a local law to amend section 1602 of the Nassau County Government Law in relation to notification of the meetings and agendas for the Nassau County Planning Commission. Moved by Legislator Walker, seconded by Legislator Schaefer. Any debate or discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Passes.
Aye.
Those opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay, now it's item 2. It's a local law to amend the county government law of Nassau County to expand disclosure requirements to permittees under use and occupancy permits for the county property. Moved by Legislator Rhodes, seconded by Legislator Ferretti, to open the hearing. All in favor of opening a hearing signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. Just briefly, Nassau County previously enacted laws that provide for disclosures for individuals and organizations who enter into contracts and agreements with the county, requiring the disclosure of certain information, including lobbyists, principals, other information, including campaign contributions. It has come to our attention as a result of a use and occupancy permit issued for the property on the Sands Point Preserve that these individuals who entered the use and occupancy permit were not required to do so. And specifically, it came to our attention because the individuals who are renting the structure on Sands Point Preserve contributed $10,000 to the county executive's campaign the day it happened, and had previously contributed over $100,000, we believe. So this law changes the existing law by expanding the disclosure requirements to individuals on county property pursuant to a use and occupancy permit. I'll turn it over to other legislators, but I would just note one thing. We were not going to be voting on this measure today. The use and occupancy language may have to be narrowed somewhat so that we don't capture someone using a field or something like that. But in any event, any legislators want to speak on this? Legislator Rhodes?
Sure.
mean, I think the presiding officer obviously captured the essence of the legislation very well. Obviously, our goal is to make sure that the legislature and the public has the information that it needs in order to be able to evaluate the motivations and the wisdom of entering into contracts with various vendors doing business with the County of Nassau. This particular situation, which arose out of a proposal that was before us on January 11th with respect to the mill floors property at the Sands Point Preserve, came before us. It was actually in the name of Smith and DeGroat Real Estate. The lease itself was executed in the name of the county's landmark portfolio manager, which is Smith and DeGroat. As a result, the disclosures were submitted for Smith and DeGroat as opposed to the individuals who would actually be residing in this mansion that exists on county-owned mansion that exists on county-owned property. It came to our attention, as the presiding officer indicated, after the Rules Committee approved this based on the disclosure that we received, that a contribution from those individuals on the day of the Rules Committee vote was recorded in the amount of $20,000, and upon further investigation, there have been, since 2017, approximately $119,000 in contributions to County Executive Laura Kern's campaign from those individuals. Whether that had any bearing on the decision to enter into this particular contract or award this particular contract to those principals, we have absolutely no idea. But that is information, obviously, that I'm sure the legislature would have liked to have known at the time we were going to be voting on that item. And so the legislation here seeks to close that loophole. As the presiding officer indicated, we'll be looking to change the language slightly because as it's currently worded, it would go from situations like what we're talking about with respect to Mills Floors, but would also encompass somebody, looking to get a picnic permit to use Cedar Creek Park. So, we don't want to go overboard, but by the same token, we do want to capture, we do want to capture some of the larger potential use and occupancy agreements that the county does enter into to make sure that we have a complete picture of everything that's going on before we actually vote, and so that the public can be ensured that there is no contributions that are being made in exchange for a governmental benefit.
All right, thank you. Legislator Rhodes. Anyone else? Hearing none, Legislator Rhodes makes a motion to close the hearing. Legislator Ferretti seconds the motion. All in favor of closing the hearing signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. I guess the vote is 18-0. Item 6, an ordinance authorizing the county executive of the County of Nassau to execute an amendment to a successor agreement with the Nassau Healthcare Corporation. That is moved by Legislator Drucker, seconded by Legislator Birnbaum. So the item is before us. Do we have anyone from the administration to speak on this?
Good afternoon. Chris Nolan with the Office of Management and Budget. I'm joined virtually by Connell Denyon, Deputy County Attorney. As you noted, this is an amendment to the successor agreement between Nassau County and the Nassau Healthcare Corporation. The main purpose of the amendment, or the key driver behind it, was to resolve claims for services and other amounts that date back many years. Many of these claims often lacked complete and supporting documentation, and the passage of time and turnover of key staff sort of presented further challenges to resolving them. However, through sustained good faith negotiations, we've been able to bring closure to this process. which will result in a $30.8 million payment to NHCC from the county. And it also includes other changes to various provisions of the successor agreement and its related agreements. Connell, I don't know if you want to go through any of the additional provisions of the agreement, of the amendment.
Certainly, Chris. And so going forward for the 2020 amounts, the agreement sets up a timetable for NHCC to present its claims by March 31st, beginning for the 2020 claims going forward, and the county would have until June 30th of that subsequent year following the year end to resolve claims and pay. Another provision is that the county shall be a payer of last resort for services provided by NHCC after payments by Medicaid, Medicare, or private insurance. The agreement also clarifies that all payments by NHCC other than for jail-based services are subject to the offset for debt service that's guaranteed and paid by the county. It also provides that there shall be no advance payments or acceleration by the county to the hospital, and clarifies that the county's pro rata share of retirement and termination benefits for former county employees does not include the value of leave taken prior to termination.
Are there any questions? No, I think we're good.
Thank you.
Thank you both for your patience in waiting all day.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay. Any debated discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Carries unanimously. Need a motion to adjourn. Legislator Walker makes a motion to adjourn, seconded by Legislator DeRiggi Whitten. All in favor of adjourning signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you.